Okay, welcome. We are back alive. Sorry, back live. Okay, so some things I did while I was AFK. Uh, I tried to AFK over here for some 1 hour, not much, half an hour or something like that. We have lost our sword. My bad. हम लोग ये शल्कर्स लेके आए एंड से ओवर वर्ल्ड में इसका एक और फॉर्म बनाने के लिए इधर दे यार। आई थिंक 2 या 3 उठा के लाया था मैं। एक एक माइन कार्ट में 2 है, मतलब माइन कार्ट के अंदर एक पोर्ट है, उसके अंदर 2 है और एक के अंदर 1 है। आई गेस इसमें 2 है। How? I'm using invis. Do I have a boat? I guess I'll just use that new one with a boat and lead. लीड तो है अपने पास, लेकिन वो वुड था इसमें। वुड तो मिल जाएगा अंडर चाहिए। Yep. Worked exactly. Okay, I don't know where I'm taking it. फार्म तो बनाया नहीं है, किधर लेके जाऊंगा मैं। operational area. आई गेस नेदर तक तो ले ही चलते हैं, क्योंकि देख यहाँ तो बना नहीं रहा मैं। कहाँ छूट गया भाई? Hey, come on. That levitation might have helped me then. Okay. That makes me officially done for the Shulkar farm. The overworld. उसको पोर्शन रीजन मार देना चाहिए था, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। इधर से रेल लेके गया था मैं, सारी खाली हो गई। Where is my fortune pick? And my माय स्वॉर्ड। स्वॉर्ड तो उसका तो काम हो गया था। काम हो गया था मतलब उसका काम ही हो गया था, कंफर्म। Let's just make a what right here and now. Melchizedek. They're too expensive, maybe, no? Perfect look though. Wasted. One, two, three. तो ये रहेंगे दो ही, लेकिन ले लेती हूँ। एक्चुअली 3 काम में है। एक ले ले स्टार्ट में मॉर्निंग सेविंग एंड ब्रेकिंग फिर लूटिंग है लूटिंग ब्रेकिंग 3 and already of sweeping edge. No. मेरा 3 स्पॉट ले लेते हैं। एक तीन ही दे सकता हूँ, इसकी भी लिमिटेशन है। Melchizedek. ये चलना तब तक।
I want you to do something right now. Look at your clothes, the shirt you're wearing, your pants, your socks. If you can, check the label. What does it say? Probably something like 60% cotton, 40% polyester. 2 types of fabric blended in a single garment. Now listen to this. Leviticus 19, I want you to 19 says word for word, you shall not wear a garment made of two kinds of material. Or you just violated a biblical commandment right now while watching this video, and you've probably violated it every single day of your life for as long as you can remember. But here's what really caught my attention when I started studying this. If someone gets a tattoo, immediately someone jumps in with Leviticus 19:28. The Bible forbids it. It's a sin. God condemns it. And they're right that the verse exists. But those same people wear mixed fabric clothing every day, and that commandment is only 9 verses away. Same chapter, same book, same God speaking. So the question is unavoidable. Why do we choose to obey one law and discard the other? Who decided which Old Testament laws are still in effect and which aren't? And what does the original text actually say about tattoos? Because when you open the Hebrew, what you find is something most churches have never explained to you. And let me make something clear from the start. This video is not to condemn anyone who has tattoos. And it's not to say, do whatever you want, everything is allowed. This video is about doing something we should do with every Bible verse we quote. Open it, study it, understand the context, look at the original language, and be honest about what we find. Because if we're going to quote the Bible, let's quote it properly, completely, without cherry-picking only what suits us. And to do that, we need to start with something that completely changes how we read Leviticus 19. This chapter isn't a random list of disconnected rules. Biblical scholars call it the Holiness Code, and it's one of the most structured texts in the entire Torah. Every commandment is connected to the one before it and the one after it. You can't rip a verse out of the middle and ignore everything else. It's like reading a sentence halfway through and thinking you understood the whole paragraph. Look at what surrounds verse 28. Verse 26 says, "You shall not eat anything with the blood." Verse 27, "You shall not round off the hair on your temples or mar the edges of your beard." Then verse 28, "You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead or tattoo yourselves." Then verse 29, "Do not profane your daughter by making her a prostitute." And verse 31, "Do not turn to mediums or necromancers." See the pattern? Blood, ritualistic hair, body markings, sacred prostitution, mediums and spiritists. All of these things have something in common. Every single one of them was a religious practice of the pagan peoples surrounding Israel. The Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Babylonians. God wasn't giving a list of aesthetic preferences. He was saying, do not practice the rituals of false gods. And this is crucial for understanding what comes next. But before we go to the original Hebrew, I need to show you something that almost nobody mentions when discussing this topic, something hidden in plain sight in verse 28 itself. Read the full verse again. It says, "You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead or tattoo yourselves." Did you see those 3 words, for the dead? They're right there in the text. The vast majority of the time someone quotes this verse, they say, the Bible forbids tattoos. Period. But the verse doesn't say that. It says, "You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead." There's a specific context. There's a reason. And what was that reason? What was going on with the dead? In the ancient world, when someone died, the pagan peoples living around Israel had mourning rituals that would seem extreme to us today. The Canaanites would cut their skin as a sign of grief. They made deep wounds on their arms, their chests, their faces. They believed that shedding their own blood could appease the spirits of the dead or win the favor of their gods. The prophet Elijah witnessed this in person. In 1 Kings 18:28 it says, "The prophets of Baal cut themselves with swords and lances until the blood gushed out." That wasn't normal mourning, it was a religious ritual, a blood offering to a false god. And permanent marks on the skin served exactly the same function. In Egypt, in Mesopotamia, in Canaan, marking the body with permanent symbols was a way of declaring allegiance to a specific deity. A slave bore the mark of his master, a soldier that of his general, and a worshipper the image of his patron god. Getting tattooed wasn't going to a studio to pick a cool design. It was a religious act that meant, I belong to this god, my body bears his mark. And recent archaeology has confirmed all of this in ways ancient commentators couldn't have imagined. In Egypt, mummies with tattoos dating back more than 5,000 years have been found. But notice a fascinating detail. The archaeological evidence indicates that in ancient Egypt, tattoos were limited almost exclusively to women, and they weren't decorative. They were placed on areas of the body associated with fertility, the abdomen, the thighs, the breasts. Archaeologists believe they functioned as protective amulets during pregnancy and childbirth. They were invocations to fertility goddesses. They were magic. They were pagan religion engraved directly on the skin. In Canaan, the land Israel was about to conquer, evidence shows that instead of ink, more extreme methods were used. Scarification, branding with fire, deep cuts that left permanent scars, all linked to religious rituals to honor their dead or invoke their gods. And here's something almost nobody mentions, the Code of Hammurabi, dating to approximately 1770 BC, several centuries before Moses, already documented that skin markings were used to identify slaves. If a slave tried to escape, the mark on his hand or forehead would give him away. It was a system of ownership engraved in human flesh. And where were the Israelites coming from when they received these laws? Egypt. They had just spent 400 years as slaves. 400 years watching Egyptians mark their slaves to identify them. 400 years being someone else's property. Professor Mark Chavalas of the University of Wisconsin suggests that the Leviticus prohibition may have had an additional reason. Freeing the Israelites from the symbols of their slavery. God was saying, you are no longer anyone's slaves. You will not bear the mark of any human master, and you will not bear the mark of any false god, because now you are free, and you belong to me. Do you understand now why God prohibited it for Israel? It wasn't an aesthetic issue. It was a matter of spiritual identity. It was a matter of freedom. It was saying, you will not mark yourselves as property of Baal. You will not shed blood for dead gods. You will not carry the marks of slavery. You are mine, and I don't mark my children as slaves. I mark them with my name. And this connects directly to something that appears over and over in Leviticus 19. Notice that at the end of verse 28 it says, I am the Lord. And that phrase appears 20 times in chapters 19 and 20 alone. 20 times. Every time God gives a commandment in this code, he signs it with his name. Don't do this. I am the Lord. Don't practice that. I am the Lord. It's as if he was saying, the reason you don't do these things isn't because they're bad in themselves. It's because you already have an owner, and that owner is me. Now, with all that context in mind, let's do something very few people bother to do. Let's open the original Hebrew of verse 28 and look at exactly which words God used. The phrase we translate as tattoo in Hebrew is ketovet ka'aka. And here's the fact that had me thinking for days when I discovered it. This expression appears only once in the entire Bible. Just once. In the entire Old Testament, in all the books, in all the chapters, in all the verses, this word combination exists only here in Leviticus 19:28. And why does that matter? Because when a word appears many times in the Bible, scholars can compare the different contexts and determine precisely what it means. But when it appears only once, what's called a hapax legomenon in academic terms, translation becomes much more difficult. You have to guess based on the root of the word and the context. The first word, ketovet, comes from the Hebrew root kaf bet tav, which means to write. So far so good. But the second word, ka'aka, is where it all gets complicated. Some scholars say it comes from a root meaning incision or cut. Others propose a root meaning to sink or to pierce, mado. And a third opinion suggests the root relates to hanging or suspending, referring to something permanently fixed. So what does the verse actually say? Don't get tattoos. Don't make written incisions. Don't engrave permanent marks. Don't brand yourselves with fire. The honest answer is that we're not 100% sure. The great medieval commentator Ibn Ezra, one of the most respected Jewish scholars in history, connected this prohibition directly to the first part of the verse about the dead. He interpreted it as referring to people who marked their bodies with fire to remember the deceased. He wasn't talking about a decorative tattoo. He was talking about a ritual mourning mark. And Rashi, another of the most important commentators in Judaism, explained that the prohibited procedure consisted of making cuts in the skin and then filling them with ink or some other dye. But notice something. Even Rashi linked this to a ritual act, not an aesthetic decision. There's another linguistic detail that most people are completely unaware of. The Septuagint, the oldest translation of the Old Testament into Greek, made by Jewish scholars in the 3rd century BC, translated ketovet ka'aka using the Greek word stigmata, which can refer to both tattoos and marks made with a branding iron. And do you know where our word stigma comes from? From that same Greek word. In the Roman world, stigmata were the marks placed on criminals and slaves. Marks of shame, marks of ownership. In other words, when the most ancient Jewish translators tried to explain what ketovet ka'aka meant, the best word they found in Greek was one that described marks of slavery and punishment, not a word that described body art. And the Aramaic translation by Onkelos in the 1st century BC, considered one of the most faithful and authoritative translations of the Torah, rendered these words as rosh min chaditin, which literally means written incisions. Again, not decorative tattoo, but marks made by cutting the skin. The Tosefta, a compilation of Jewish oral tradition, adds a revealing detail. It specifies that someone who tattooed their slave to prevent escape was exempt from this prohibition. Why? Because that wasn't an act of idolatry. It was an act of ownership. And the law was directed against idolatry, not against all marks on the skin. See how every layer we open takes us deeper. We're not simplifying, we're letting the text speak. And what the text says is much more complex and much more interesting than a simple yes or no could capture. Now, before we go further, I need to be fair to the other side of this debate, because there's a very strong objection someone could make at this point, and if I didn't mention it, I wouldn't be honest with you. The objection is this: you're saying the tattoo prohibition is linked to mourning rituals for the dead. But read the verse again carefully. It says, "You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead, nor tattoo yourselves." That word "nor" separates two distinct commandments. The first is not to cut yourself for the dead. The second is not to get tattoos, period. They're two independent prohibitions. For the dead only applies to the first part, not the second. And this objection is legitimate. Grammatically, it can be read that way. In fact, Maimonides used exactly this logic to argue that the tattoo prohibition was absolute, regardless of the mourning context. And many conservative theologians follow this line today. But there's a problem with that reading. In ancient Hebrew, there were no punctuation marks, there were no commas or periods. The division into clauses that we see in our modern translations was added centuries later by translators. When you read the original text without those divisions, the verse flows as a single connected instruction tied to the pagan practices mentioned before and after. And Deuteronomy 14:1, a parallel passage, says, "You shall not cut yourselves or make any baldness on your foreheads for the dead." Here, two distinct practices are clearly united under a single context. for the dead. The biblical pattern groups multiple pagan practices under a single motive. Does that mean the objection is completely wrong? No, it means there are two possible readings. And when there's legitimate ambiguity, the wisest thing is to acknowledge the complexity and look for the broader principles that Scripture teaches. All of this leads us to an uncomfortable question we need to face honestly. If the original prohibition was tied to pagan mourning rituals, to marks of slavery, to devotion to false gods, does that mean a Christian today can get any tattoo without issue? That since the context was pagan, the law no longer applies. And this is where many videos on this topic stop. They give you the Hebrew context, tell you it was about idolatry, not tattoos in general, and send you home with a clear conscience. But that would be just as selective as the people who quote 1928 without reading 1919. We'd be choosing the part that suits us and ignoring the rest. Because the Bible doesn't speak about the human body, only in Leviticus 19. And if we want to be honest, we need to see everything it says. If content like this has ever helped you see a verse in a way you hadn't considered before, or if it helps you study the Bible more deeply, I'd ask you to share this video with someone who needs to hear it. Sometimes a single video can change how a person understands their faith, and a simple share can make that difference. Now, let's go to the New Testament, because what Paul wrote completely changes the conversation. But first, we need to ask, what did Jesus himself say about Old Testament laws? Because many people assume that Jesus simply abolished all the laws of Moses, and that therefore nothing applies anymore. But that's not what Jesus said. In Matthew 5:17, Jesus declared, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." Fulfill, not destroy, not ignore, fulfill, bring to their fullness, give them their true meaning. And then he did something extraordinary. He took the Old Testament laws and brought them to the heart. He said, "You have heard that it was said, 'You shall not commit adultery.' But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart." Matthew 5:27-28. He didn't eliminate the law. He deepened it. He took it from external action to internal intention, from the skin to the heart. And that's exactly what we need to do with Leviticus 19:28. It's not about whether you put ink on your skin or not. It's about what's in your heart when you do it. Is there idolatry? Is there rebellion against God? Or is there a person who loves Christ and makes their decisions in prayer? Jesus also harshly criticized the Pharisees for doing exactly what many people do today with Leviticus 19:28. In Matthew 23:23-24, he said, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you tithe mint and dill and cumin, and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faithfulness. These you ought to have done without neglecting the others. You blind guides, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel, obsessing over external details and forgetting about the heart, worrying about ink on the skin, and forgetting about justice, mercy, and faithfulness." That's exactly the double standard we're exposing in this video. Now let's get to what Paul wrote, because he builds directly on what Jesus taught. In 1 Corinthians 6:19-20, Paul writes something impossible to ignore. "Do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So glorify God in your body." Notice what it says. Your body is not yours. It was bought with a price, and you must glorify God with it. Paul isn't specifically talking about tattoos here. He's giving a much broader principle, a principle that applies to everything we do with our bodies, what we eat, what we drink, how we treat it, what we do to it. And then in 1 Corinthians 10:31 he says, Whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. See what he's doing. He's not giving a list of forbidden and allowed things. He's giving a universal filter, a principle you can apply to any decision. Does this glorify God? Does this honor the temple he gave me? That's the real biblical question. It's not, is it on a list of prohibitions? It's, does this draw my heart closer to God or pull it away? And this principle is infinitely more demanding than a simple list of rules. Because a list lets you do everything that's not explicitly prohibited. A principle requires you to evaluate every decision, every single one. But here's something I find fascinating that connects everything we've seen so far in a way I didn't expect to find. Remember how we said that in the ancient world people tattooed themselves as a sign of belonging to a god? That the slave bore the mark of his master and the worshipper the mark of his deity. Well, it turns out there's a verse in the Old Testament where someone voluntarily marks themselves as belonging to the God of Israel, and that verse is in Isaiah. Isaiah 44:5 says, "This one will say, I am the Lord's. Another will call on the name of Jacob, and another will write on his hand, the Lord's, and name himself by the name of Israel." Did you read that? Will write on his hand, the Lord's. The prophet Isaiah describes people marking their hand as a sign that they belong to God, and he doesn't present it as something negative. He presents it as an act of devotion, of surrender, of identity. And doesn't this contradict Leviticus 19:28? No, because it confirms exactly what we were discovering. The issue was never the mark itself. The issue was always, who are you marking yourself as belonging to? To Baal? Forbidden. To the dead? Forbidden. To the living God of Israel? Isaiah says that's an act of worship. But here, I need to stop and present the strongest objection against what I just said, because it wouldn't be honest if I didn't. Many scholars argue that Isaiah 44:5 is metaphorical language, that will write on his hand doesn't literally mean making a mark on the skin, but is a poetic image of total consecration to God. Just as Jeremiah 31:33 says, "I will write my law on their hearts," without meaning cardiac surgery, Isaiah would be using the image of a mark as a symbol of total devotion, not as an instruction to get tattooed. And this objection carries weight. In Hebrew prophetic poetry, figurative language is the norm, not the exception. When Isaiah says the mountains and hills will break forth into singing, Isaiah 55:12, nobody expects the mountains to literally sing. Furthermore, someone could flip the argument using Revelation 13:16. The mark of the beast is placed on the right hand or forehead. Body marks in Revelation are associated with belonging to evil powers. Doesn't that suggest that permanent physical marks carry a negative connotation? These are serious objections, and they deserve serious answers. Regarding Isaiah 44:5, the truth is, we can't be completely sure whether it's literal or metaphorical. Hebrew prophetic poetry constantly uses figurative language, and it's very possible that Isaiah is using the image of a mark as a symbol of total consecration, not as an instruction to get tattooed. But it's also true that metaphors only work when they're based on something the audience understands. If marking the body as a sign of belonging were universally seen as something terrible in Israelite culture, it would be a strange metaphor for describing something positive. The most honest thing is to acknowledge that this verse doesn't settle the debate on its own. It may support the idea that not every mark is bad, but it's not a direct authorization from God to get tattooed. Regarding the mark of the beast, it's true that in Revelation, body marks are associated with submission to evil powers. But the mark of the beast is a forced imposition for buying and selling, something very different from a personal decision of faith. Even so, The fact that the Bible uses body marks as a symbol of belonging to the beast should make us think, not because every tattoo is the mark of the beast, that would be absurd, but because it reminds us that what we mark on our body communicates something. It declares something, and that declaration matters. And the Talmud, the compilation of the most important rabbinical debates in Judaism, confirms exactly this. Talmudic law, developed around 200 AD, established that a tattoo was only prohibited when done for the purpose of idolatry. It didn't forbid all marks on the skin. It forbade marks that linked you to false gods. Maimonides, one of the most influential Jewish philosophers and jurists in all of history, wrote in his Mishneh Torah that the prohibition was specifically related to idolatrous practices. Although he expanded the prohibition to include any tattoo, out of caution, his explicit reasoning was that any tattoo resembles idolatry. Not that it was bad in itself, but that it resembled something bad. And that opened a debate that has lasted nearly 2,000 years and remains open today. Now I want to show you something from the history of Christianity that will surprise a lot of people. Because when you look at what the first Christians actually did, the narrative of tattoos have always been a sin in Christianity falls apart completely. The Coptic Christians of Egypt were tattooing crosses on themselves from at least the 8th century. They marked their foreheads, temples, and wrists with the symbol of Christ. And do you know why? As a testimony of faith, as a public declaration that they belonged to Jesus. In a territory dominated by Islam, after the Muslim conquest, wearing a tattooed cross on your body was saying, "I belong to Christ," regardless of the consequences. And that tradition is still alive today. If you visit Egypt and meet Coptic Christians, many of them still wear a small cross tattooed on their inner wrist, not as fashion, not as rebellion, as identity, as the mark of who they belong to, and not just the Copts. After the Muslim conquest of Palestine and Israel, Christians living in the region were tattooed by the state itself with a cross on their right wrist. And pilgrims who traveled to the Holy Land during the Middle Ages developed a tradition that lasted centuries. When visiting Jerusalem, they tattooed a cross on their inner wrist as a permanent memento of their pilgrimage. This was so widespread that there are historical records of medieval pilgrims from all over Europe returning to their countries with cross tattoos. But there's an even older group that took this to the extreme. The Montanists, a Christian sect from the 2nd century, took Revelation 7:3 literally. That verse says, "Do not harm the earth or the sea or the trees until we have sealed the servants of our God on their foreheads." The Montanists tattooed the words "servants of God" directly on their foreheads. Radical, absolutely. But was their motivation idolatry? Quite the opposite. It was the most extreme possible declaration of belonging to Christ. And there are even more extraordinary cases recorded in the history of the early church. Saint Macrina, the elder sister of Basil the Great, and Gregory of Nyssa, according to some ancient accounts, bore marks on her body that she attributed to a supernatural experience linked to the wounds of Christ and the early martyrs. Think about all of that for a moment. Coptic Christians under persecution, medieval pilgrims crossing continents, Montanists in the 2nd century, all of them got tattooed. And all of them did it for faith. They didn't tattoo a dragon, a serpent, or a pagan symbol. They tattooed the cross of Christ. They were marking themselves as the property of Jesus. They were doing exactly what Isaiah 44:5 describes, writing on their body, "I am the Lord's." But at the same time, it's important to be honest. Some church fathers opposed tattoos. There was no uniform position in ancient Christianity. Some accepted them as an expression of faith. Others rejected them because of their historical association with Roman paganism, where tattoos were marks of criminals and slaves. In Rome, Tattooing someone was a public punishment like the Scarlet Letter. Theodoret of Cyrus, an influential 5th century theologian, wrote directly about Leviticus 19:28. People tattooed certain parts of their body with needles and injected ink out of reverence for demons. That is why divine law prohibits these things. For Theodoret, there was no ambiguity. Tattoos were demonic, period. And who was right? The Copts who tattooed crosses as a testimony of faith, or Theodoret who considered them demonic influence? The honest answer is that Christianity has always had a diversity of opinion on this subject. And when the church fathers themselves couldn't agree, perhaps we should have a little more humility before issuing absolute judgments. So what do we do with all this information? How do we process the fact that the Hebrew is ambiguous, the context was pagan, Isaiah describes a mark as an act of worship? The Copts tattooed themselves for faith, but Paul says our body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, and this is where I need to be completely honest with you. Many videos on this topic take a side. Either they tell you it's a sin, end of story, by only quoting Leviticus 19:28 out of context, or they tell you the law no longer applies, do whatever you want, by only citing the pagan context. But both positions are choosing the data that suits them and ignoring what doesn't. The biblically honest position is more complex and more challenging. Was the Leviticus 19:28 prohibition specifically against pagan rituals of mourning and idolatry? Yes. The Hebrew, the context, and the rabbinical tradition confirm that. Does that mean today you can do whatever you want with your body because that specific law had a cultural context? Not so fast, because Paul establishes a principle that transcends any individual law. Your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, and everything you do with it must glorify God. The correct biblical question was never, are tattoos a sin, yes or no? The correct biblical question is, does what I'm about to do with my body glorify God? Does it honor the temple He gave me? Does it draw my heart closer to Him or push it away? And that question isn't answered with a single verse. It's answered through a relationship, through prayer, through honesty before God. If a Christian gets a Bible verse tattooed as a reminder of God's faithfulness during a difficult time, who am I to judge what's between that person and their Creator? And if another Christian decides never to get tattooed because they feel it honors God to keep their body unmarked, who am I to call them legalistic? Romans 14:4 says it with devastating clarity. Who are you to pass judgment on the servant of another? It is before his own master that he stands or falls, and he will be upheld. For the Lord is able to make him stand. And Romans 14:5 adds, each one should be fully convinced in his own mind. Notice that Paul doesn't say, do whatever you want. He says, each one should be fully convinced. That implies reflection, study, prayer, a genuine search for God's will. It's not a license to do whatever you please. It's an invitation to mature spiritually to the point where your decisions are born from conviction, not impulse. And here's one final objection we need to address, because it's in the same chapter of Romans, and it's devastatingly simple. Romans 14:23 says, whatever does not proceed from faith is sin. Read that again. Whatever does not proceed from faith is sin. What does this mean for the topic we're discussing? That if a person has the slightest doubt that a tattoo would please God, if they're not fully convinced, if there's a whisper inside saying, I'm not sure about this, then for that person, doing it would be sin, not because tattoos are a universal sin, but because that person would be acting outside of faith. They'd be doing something they're not convinced about, and that is sin, according to Paul. This verse is so powerful that many use it as the definitive argument. When in doubt, don't, and they're right. The biblical precautionary principle is real. If you're not sure, don't do it. period. There's no possible argument against this principle, and I want to be direct with you. If you're watching this video and you have even a shadow of doubt about whether a tattoo would please God, then Romans 14:23 is speaking directly to you. Don't look for excuses. Don't look for the video that tells you what you want to hear. If your conscience says, "I'm not sure," respect that. That doubt may be the Holy Spirit speaking to you and acting against your conscience. According to Paul, is sin. This verse isn't a theological technicality. It's a shield of protection God gives you. Use it. Now, this same principle in Romans 14 also warns in verse 4, "Who are you to pass judgment on the servant of another?" If someone, after praying and studying, makes a decision with full conviction of faith, you and I are not their judges. God is. Paul says it is before his own master that he stands or falls. That doesn't cancel personal precaution. It just means each person answers to God individually, not to the opinion of others. And there's another powerful objection. God created us in his image, Genesis 1:27. Isn't permanently altering the body a form of defacing that image? The Keel and Delitzsch biblical commentary explicitly states that mutilations of the body disfigure the human being created in the image of God. And this argument carries weight that can't be easily dismissed, because there's a huge difference between body alterations that God specifically authorized and ones we decide to make on our own. Circumcision was a direct commandment from God in Genesis 17, with a specific purpose, sealing a covenant between him and Abraham. The ear piercing in Exodus 21:6 was a legal ceremony established by the law of Moses itself. In both cases, God was the one who authorized the modification and defined the purpose. It wasn't a personal decision of aesthetics or expression. And tattoos. God never authorized them. He never said, "Mark yourself for this reason." What we have is silence, and that silence can be interpreted two ways. Some will say, what God didn't explicitly prohibit in the New Testament is allowed. Others will say, what God never authorized shouldn't be done to a body that isn't yours. Both positions have biblical support, and neither can prove with 100% certainty that the other is wrong. What we do know for certain is this: the image of God in human beings doesn't depend on the condition of your skin. A person with scars, burns, or tattoos hasn't lost the image of God. That image resides in our capacity to reason, to love, to have a relationship with him. But just because the image isn't lost doesn't automatically mean every alteration is pleasing to God. Those are two different things. And here we arrive at the same point as always: the need to seek God individually, in prayer, with honesty, before making a permanent decision with a body that, as Paul said, is not yours. If what you just heard made you reflect, made you open your Bible, or made you think about this in a different way, hit like on this video. Not for me, because each like tells the algorithm this content is worth it, and that helps it reach more people who need to study the Bible with depth and not just headlines. Now let's move to something almost nobody connects to this topic, but that is absolutely fundamental. Because everything we've talked about so far is about one question regarding one specific practice. But there's a much bigger problem underneath all of this. The problem of the double standard. Remember where we started. Leviticus 19:19 says, "Don't mix fabrics." Leviticus 19:27 says, "Don't cut certain types of hair." Leviticus 19:26 says, "Don't eat anything with blood." Do you eat a medium rare steak? You're violating 19:26. Do you trim your sideburns? 19:27. Cotton and polyester clothes. 19:19. And it doesn't stop there. Deuteronomy 22:11 repeats the prohibition against mixing wool with linen. Leviticus 11 has a whole list of prohibited animals: pork, shellfish, rabbit, camel. Leviticus 19:9 says to leave the edges of your field for the poor. How many of these laws do you follow? And why is the only one regularly quoted in modern churches the one about tattoos? So why did the modern church choose to focus on verse 28 and ignore the rest? Who made that selection? And this is a legitimate question that deserves an honest answer. The answer has to do with how Christians understand the relationship between the Old Testament and the New Testament. And this is something every believer needs to understand, not just for the tattoo topic, but for their entire life of faith. Theologians have identified 3 categories of Old Testament laws. Moral laws, like you shall not murder or you shall not steal, which reflect God's eternal character and remain in effect always. Civil laws, specific regulations for Israel as a theocratic nation. And ceremonial laws, purification rituals, dietary restrictions, fabric rules that pointed toward Christ and were fulfilled when he came. And which of those 3 categories does Leviticus 19:28 fall into? That's the debate. If the prohibition was against idolatry, it has a moral component that transcends time. If it was a ceremonial law of cultural separation, it was fulfilled in Christ. And if it was both, we need discernment to separate the eternal principle from the temporal application. And Leviticus 19:19, the mixing of fabrics, that's clearly a ceremonial law of separation. It visually taught that Israel should be different, pure, unmixed, set apart. The principle behind it, separation from the world, remains valid. The specific form, not wearing certain fabrics together, was fulfilled. But notice something almost nobody catches. Even within the Old Testament, God himself ordered fabric mixing in a specific case. The high priest's garments, described in Exodus 28, combined linen with other materials. The tabernacle veil mixed different threads. The very curtain of the Holy of Holies was a blend. Contradiction? No. Sacred exception. The mixture was forbidden for the people but commanded for the holiest objects, as if saying, what is set apart for me doesn't follow the same rules as what is common. And that adds yet another layer to this entire topic. It's not just black and white. It's a text with depth, with exceptions, with nuances that require serious study. The Apostle Paul wrote in Colossians 2:16-17, "Therefore let no one pass judgment on you in questions of food and drink, or with regard to a festival, or a new moon, or a Sabbath. These are a shadow of the things to come, but the substance belongs to Christ." The ceremonial laws of the Old Testament were shadows. They pointed towards something greater. When Christ came, the shadow gave way to reality. But here's the nuance many miss. The fact that ceremonial laws were fulfilled in Christ doesn't mean the principles behind them have vanished. The law that said don't mix fabrics taught a principle of purity and separation. The law that said don't mark yourself for false gods taught a principle of exclusive loyalty to God. The specific forms changed. The principles remain. It's like a father telling his 5-year-old, don't cross the street alone. When the child is 30, he no longer needs that specific rule. But the principle behind it, care, prudence, responsibility, is still valid. So the real problem with the double standard isn't that people wear mixed fabrics and condemn tattoos. The real problem is that many Christians don't understand how to read the Old Testament. They don't know how to distinguish between the specific ceremonial law and the eternal principle behind it. And so they do one of two things: either take everything literally and live in suffocating legalism, or discard everything and live without any standard at all. The Bible proposes a third way, a way where you understand that the law was given by a wise God with specific purposes, where you study those purposes, where you extract the eternal principles, and where you apply those principles to your current life, guided by the Holy Spirit. And when you do that with Leviticus 19:28, what you find is not tattoos are a sin or tattoos are allowed. What you find is your body belongs to God. Every mark, every decision, every action involving your body should be born from an authentic relationship with your Creator. Don't mark yourself for false gods. Don't act on impulse. Don't follow the world's practices without thinking. Glorify God in everything you do with the temple He gave you. And do you know what's most challenging about this message? That it's much easier to have a list of rules than to live by principles. A list tells you what to do and what not to do. A principle forces you to think, to pray, to seek God, to be honest with yourself. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect." The will of God is tested, searched for, discovered. It doesn't come in an instruction manual where you look up tattoos in the index and find the answer. It comes from a renewed mind that has learned to think the way God thinks, that has studied His complete word, that knows His heart. And that brings us to the most important question in this entire video. It's not, can I get a tattoo? It's, do I know God well enough to know what pleases Him and what doesn't? Because when you truly know someone, you don't need a list of rules to know what bothers them. You know. You feel it. You understand it. A husband who truly knows his wife doesn't need a manual to know what pleases her. A child who truly knows his father doesn't need a list of prohibitions to know what disappoints him. James 4:17 says, "So whoever knows the right thing to do and fails to do it, for him it is sin." It doesn't say whoever violates a specific rule. It says whoever knows what is good. That implies knowledge, relationship, discernment. And Philippians 1:9-10 says, "And it is my prayer that your love may abound more and more with knowledge and all discernment, so that you may approve what is excellent." That you may approve what is excellent, not what's permitted, not what's not prohibited, what is excellent, what most honors God. Let me give you an example. Imagine two people. The first gets a Bible verse tattooed after months of prayer as a permanent reminder of God's faithfulness in a difficult time. The second has no tattoos, but their heart is full of pride and judgment toward others. Which of the two does God look at with approval? I'm not saying one is right and the other is wrong. I'm saying the question God asks is not about the skin. It's about the heart. It has always been about the heart. Jeremiah 17:10, "I, the Lord, search the heart and test the mind." And Proverbs 4:23, "Keep your heart with all vigilance, for from it flow the springs of life." The obsession with the external can become exactly what Jesus criticized the Pharisees for, cleaning the outside of the cup while the inside is full of filth. Matthew 23:25. Now, does this mean the body doesn't matter? No. Paul didn't say the heart is the temple of the Holy Spirit. He said, your body is a temple. 1 Corinthians 6:19. The body matters, and Romans 12:1 confirms it. Present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God. But notice, Paul says living sacrifice, not perfect sacrifice, not unmarked sacrifice. Living, surrendered to God, available for His purpose, and each person in their individual relationship with God must determine what that means for their life. Not mine, not the pastor's, theirs, before God, in prayer. Now I want you to think about something that connects everything we've seen in a way that's rarely mentioned. Remember the Coptic Christians tattooing crosses on their foreheads under persecution? Remember the medieval pilgrims marking their wrists when visiting Jerusalem? Remember Isaiah 44:5, where someone writes on their hand, "I am the Lord's." All of them were answering the same question God asked Israel in Leviticus 19. The question wasn't, are you going to mark your skin? The question was, who do you belong to? And that question is still the most important one today. It doesn't matter if you have tattoos or don't have them. It doesn't matter if your skin is completely clean or covered in ink from top to bottom. The question God asks you is the same one he asked Israel 3,500 years ago. Who do you belong to? Who is your Lord? Whose mark do you bear? Not on your skin, but on your heart. Because at the end of the day, God isn't going to inspect your skin. He's going to inspect your heart. 1 Samuel 16:7 says, "Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." And if your heart belongs to Christ, if your life glorifies God, if your decisions are born from love and conviction rather than impulse and rebellion, then you're exactly where Leviticus 19 wanted you to be. Not marked for Baal, not enslaved to the world's fashion, not following empty rituals, but consecrated, set apart, holy, which is exactly what the word kadosh means in Hebrew, the word that gives its name to all of Leviticus chapter 19, the famous holiness code. Kadosh, set apart for God. That's what he always wanted. Not your skin, your heart. And coming back to where we started, yes, you're probably wearing mixed fabric clothing right now, and yes, that technically violates Leviticus 19:19. But the reason that doesn't condemn you isn't because that law doesn't matter. It's because Christ fulfilled the ceremonial law on the cross. Colossians 2:14 says he cancelled the record of debt that stood against us with its legal demands. This he set aside, nailing it to the cross. The law was fulfilled, but the principles behind it remain alive. Purity, separation from the world, exclusive loyalty to God, care for the body as a temple, obedience born from love, not fear. So the next time someone tells you the Bible forbids tattoos and quotes Leviticus 19:28, you know what to say, not with arrogance, not with rebellion, but with knowledge, with context, with the original Hebrew, with Isaiah 44:5, with 1 Corinthians 6:19, with Romans 14:4, with the history of the Coptic Christians, and above all, with the question that truly matters: does my life, my heart, glorify God? Because that question is worth more than 1,000 debates about ink on skin. And if this video made you study, made you think, made you open your Bible and search for yourself what God really says, then subscribe to this channel, because every week we do exactly this. We open the original text, discover what the Bible really teaches, what it really says. And speaking of things the Bible really says that few people dare to study in depth, there's a video I just published that connects directly with what we saw today. A topic that will challenge you and make
supposed to be obsidian. Just to so we'll try. I mean, ऐसे भी मार सकता हूँ मैं ड्रैगन को. पंच कर रहा होता तब मार रहा होता है. बाप रे बाप. लाइट हाथ में रख भाई. This is the longest one I've ever seen. I mean, मैं 5-6 स्टैक को लेके आता हूँ भाई. मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता तू कितना भी उड़े. बचाने आया हूँ मैं. Try to do it with that. अरे मार दिया. I can do this. Okay. वो ऐसे ही मारना मजा आ रहा है. टेस्ट बना ले. इसमें एक्सेसरीज हाँ भाई तेरे उतने गिरा देंगे हम. बैट से ही मारना मेरे को. दस नहीं एक काम करता है. देख भाई, मैंने नहीं मारा ना, तो तुम में से कोई नहीं मार पाओगे। चलना भाई, आ जाए। Okay, one reason was XP. Okay, maybe I got a little more carried away. आ जाओ भाई, मुझसे डरो। Maybe I am bad. एक मैं कर सकता हूँ। Let's attempt. स्टार्ट है, एक दिन में हो जाएगा। एक बहुत बड़ा मैच बाहर निकल, उसके बाद करूँगा। Due to this dragon looks like a plaything.
Do something right now. Look at your... There is a people in the Bible whose story is so dark, so twisted, and so full of impossible twists that most preachers would rather not talk about them. A people born from one of the most shameful nights in the Old Testament. A people whose chief... as a people that tried to destroy Israel. A people cursed by Isaiah, by Jeremiah, by Ezekiel, by Amos, and by Zephaniah. 5 different prophets pronounced their death sentence, and yet from the blood of this people, from their direct family line, came a woman whose name appears in the genealogy of Jesus Christ in Matthew chapter 1, that people is called Moab, and their complete history, from the cave where they were born to the ruins where they vanished, is one of the most shocking, most complex, and most theologically profound narratives in all of Scripture. What you are about to hear over the next several minutes is not a summary. It is the complete story. Every chapter, every war, every betrayal, every prophecy, and at the end, a mystery that connects the darkest cave in Genesis with the most radiant manger in the Gospels. It all began in a cave in the mountains near a place called Zoar, south of the Dead Sea. And to understand what happened in that cave, we need to rewind a few hours to the moment the sky opened up over Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot, Abraham's nephew, was living in Sodom. To understand how he got there, we need to go back to Genesis chapter 13. Abraham and Lot had accumulated so many flocks and so much wealth in Egypt that the land could not sustain them both together. Their shepherds were constantly fighting over water and pasture. Abraham, with a generosity that defines his character, told Lot to choose first. If you go to the left, I will go to the right. If you go to the right, I will go to the left. And Lot looked up. The text says he saw the entire plain of the Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. It was the most beautiful land in sight, the most productive, the most promising, and Lot chose it. But the text immediately adds something that Lot apparently ignored. The men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinful against the Lord. Lot's decision was purely economic. He chose the land for its fertility, not for its morality. And that decision placed him at the center of the most spectacular destruction in the Old Testament, because that fertile land was surrounded by deeply wicked cities. Genesis 18 records that the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah was so great, and their sin so grave, that God himself came down to investigate the situation. Abraham interceded. He asked God not to destroy the city if there were 50 righteous people, then 45, then 40, 30, 20, 10. God accepted every negotiation, but not even 10 righteous people were found in all of Sodom. 2 angels arrived at the gate of the city. Lot received them, and that very night the men of Sodom surrounded the house, demanding that Lot hand over the visitors. The text of Genesis 19 is explicit. All the men of the city, from the youngest to the oldest, surrounded the house. Not a gang, not a group, all of them. Lot went out and tried to reason with them. He begged them not to do such a wicked thing. He even offered his 2 virgin daughters in place of the visitors. a decision that reveals the absolute desperation of the moment. The mob rejected the offer and threatened to do something worse to Lot. The angels pulled Lot inside, shut the door, and struck the entire crowd with blindness. At dawn, the angels ordered Lot to get his family out immediately. Take your wife, your 2 daughters, and anyone you have in the city, because we are about to destroy this place. Lot went to speak with his sons-in-law. The men engaged to his daughters, but they thought he was joking. They did not believe him. The text says that when Lot hesitated, the angels grabbed him by the hand. Him, his wife, and his 2 daughters practically dragged them into the city. God's mercy was literal, physical. He pulled them out by force. The instruction was clear: flee for your life. Do not look back. Do not stop anywhere on the plain. Escape to the mountains so you will not be destroyed. Lot asked for a change. He could not make it to the mountain in time. He pleaded for Zoar, a small city nearby. God granted it. But Lot's wife looked back. The text does not say why. It does not explain whether it was nostalgia, curiosity, or conscious disobedience. It only says she looked back and became a pillar of salt in an instant. Without further warning, without a second chance. Then God rained sulfur and fire from the sky on Sodom, on Gomorrah, on the entire plain, on all the inhabitants.
Okay, ये अपन ने देखा हुआ मतलब
Imagine a young orphan girl,
not this one, but
torn from
we have
everything she knew,
heard that story.
forced into a king's harem in the most powerful empire on earth. Now imagine that same girl, years later, standing before a throne where one wrong move means instant death, holding the fate of an entire nation in her hands. This is not a fairy tale. This is the Book of Esther, and it's far more dangerous, political, and breathtaking than you've ever been told. In the shadows of the Persian Empire, a genocide was being planned. A decree sealed with the king's ring, irreversible, unstoppable, final. An entire people marked for extermination on a single day. The Jews had no army, no homeland, no legacy. They had only one hope, a hidden queen who hadn't revealed her true identity, a woman who hadn't been summoned by the king in 30 days, standing at the edge of a decision that would either save millions or cost her everything. This is a story of impossible odds, of ancient hatred, of a cosmic reversal so dramatic it defies belief. No miracles, no prophets, just courage, timing, and a question that echoes through history. Who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this? The story begins in the 3rd year of King Xerxes' reign, when he sat on his throne in the citadel of Susa. This wasn't just any kingdom. It stretched across 127 provinces, from India all the way to Ethiopia. Xerxes was one of the most powerful men alive, and he wanted everyone to know it. In chapter 1, verse 3, we read that the king gave a banquet for all his nobles and officials. The military leaders of Persia and Media were there, along with the princes and nobles of the provinces. But this wasn't a simple dinner party. Verse 4 tells us the display of wealth and splendor lasted for 180 days, a full 6 months. Xerxes showed off the riches of his royal glory and the magnificence of his majesty day after day. When those 6 months ended, the king threw another feast. Verse 5 says this one lasted 7 days and was held in the enclosed garden of the king's palace. This time, everyone in the citadel of Susa was invited, from the greatest to the least. The garden was decorated with white and blue linen hangings, fastened with cords of fine linen and purple material to silver rings on marble pillars. There were couches of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement of different colored stones. Verse 7 describes how wine was served in golden goblets, each one different from the other, and the royal wine flowed freely because of the king's generosity. The rule for drinking was simple. As verse 8 explains, no one was compelled to drink. Each guest could have as much or as little as they wanted. While the king feasted with the men, verse 9 tells us that Queen Vashti gave a banquet for the women in the royal palace. Everything seemed perfect. The empire was celebrating its power and wealth. But then something happened that no one expected. On the 7th day of the feast, when King Xerxes was in high spirits from wine, verse 10 says he commanded 7 eunuchs who served him, Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcass, to bring Queen Vashti before him. Verse 11 explains why he wanted to display her beauty to the people and nobles, for she was lovely to look at. She was supposed to come wearing her royal crown, so everyone could see how beautiful his queen was. But verse 12 delivers the shock. When the attendants Queen Vashti refused to come. She simply said no. The text doesn't tell us why she refused, but the result was clear. The king became furious. His anger burned within him. The king needed advice. Verse 13 tells us it was his custom to consult experts in matters of law and justice. So he spoke with the wise men who understood the times. Verse 14 names them: Karshena, Shethar, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsena, and Memucan. These 7 nobles had special access to the king and held the highest positions in the kingdom. Verse 15 records the king's question. According to law, what must be done to Queen Vashti? She has not obeyed the command of King Xerxes that the eunuchs have taken to her. Memucan spoke up. His answer in verses 16 through 18 reveals something important. This wasn't just about the king's wounded pride. Memucan said that Queen Vashti had wronged not only the king but all the nobles and peoples in all the provinces. He explained that when women throughout the empire heard what the queen had done, they would start despising their husbands. The noble women of Persia and Media who heard about the queen's conduct would respond to all the king's nobles in the same way, and there would be no end of disrespect and discord. Memucan's solution was extreme. In verses 19 and 20, he proposed that if it pleased the king, a royal decree should be issued and written in the laws of Persia and Media so it couldn't be repealed. Vashti was never again to enter the presence of King Xerxes. The king should give her royal position to someone better than her. When this decree was proclaimed throughout the vast realm, all women would respect their husbands, from the least to the greatest. These 7 nobles had special access to the king and held the highest positions in the kingdom. Verse 15 records the king's question. According to law, what must be done to Queen Vashti? She has not obeyed the command of King Xerxes that the eunuchs have taken to her. Memucan spoke up. His answer in verses 16 through 18 reveals something important. This wasn't just about the king's wounded pride. Memucan said that Queen Vashti had wronged not only the king but all the nobles and peoples in all the provinces. He explained that when women throughout the empire heard what the queen had done, they would start despising their husbands. The noble women of Persia and Media who heard about the queen's conduct would respond to all the king's nobles in the same way, and there would be no end of disrespect and discord. Memucan's solution was extreme. In verses 19 and 20, he proposed that if it pleased the king, a royal decree should be issued and written in the laws of Persia and Media so it couldn't be repealed. Vashti was never again to enter the presence of King Xerxes. The king should give her royal position to someone better than her. When this decree was proclaimed throughout the vast realm, all women would respect their husbands, from the least to the greatest. Verse 21 says, the king and his nobles were pleased with this advice. Verse 22 tells us he sent dispatches to all parts of the kingdom, to each province in its own script, and to each people in their own language, proclaiming that every man should be ruler over his own household. The queen's refusal had cost her everything. The position beside the most powerful man in the empire was now vacant, and that empty throne would soon be filled by someone no one expected, a Jewish orphan girl hiding in plain sight. Time passed, and the king's anger cooled. Chapter 2 verse 1 says that later, when King Xerxes' fury had subsided, he remembered Vashti and what she had done and what he had decreed about her. Perhaps he regretted his harsh decision, but the law couldn't be changed. What was done was done. The king's personal attendants saw an opportunity. Verse 2 records their suggestion, let a search be made for beautiful young virgins for the king. They had a plan. Verse 3 explains that the king should appoint commissioners in every province of his realm to bring all these beautiful young women to the harem at the citadel of Susa. They would be placed under the care of Hegai, the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the women, and beauty treatments would be given to them. Verse 4 completes their proposal. Then let the young woman who pleases the king be queen instead of Vashti. The suggestion pleased the king, and he did as they advised. This was how the search began, but make no mistake, this wasn't a romantic fairy tale. These were young virgins being taken from their homes and families across the empire. Each would receive 12 months of beauty treatments and then spend one night with the king. Most would never see him again. They would spend the rest of their lives in a second harem, neither wife nor free woman. Only one would become queen. The machinery of the empire turned, and commissioners went throughout the 127 provinces looking for beautiful young women. They weren't asking permission from families. They were taking these girls by the authority of the king. Each young woman brought to Susa faced the same uncertain future, a year of preparation, one night with the king, and then a lifetime of waiting. The palace harem began to fill with young women from across the empire. Some came from wealthy families, others from poor ones. Some were Persian, others were from the far reaches of the kingdom. Each had been chosen for her appearance, not her character or her dreams. They were being prepared like offerings, groomed and perfected according to Persian standards of beauty. Among all these young women brought to Susa, one would change the course of history. But she hadn't volunteered for this. She hadn't asked for any of it. She was simply swept up in the king's search. One more beautiful young virgin taken to the citadel to join the others in the harem. Her name was Hadassah, though soon everyone would know her by a different name. Chapter 2, verse 5 introduces us to a man living in the citadel of Susa. His name was Mordecai, son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish. He was a Benjamite, and his family history mattered. Verse 6 explains that Kish had been carried into exile from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, among those taken captive with Jehoiakim, king of Judah. Mordecai's family had been in Persia for generations, exiles far from their homeland. But Mordecai wasn't alone. Verse 7 tells us he had a cousin named Hadassah, whom he had brought up because she had neither father nor mother. The text describes her. She was also known as Esther, and she had a lovely figure and was beautiful. When her father and mother died, Mordecai had taken her as his own daughter. Here we meet the girl who would become queen. She was an orphan, raised by her older cousin in a foreign land. Her Hebrew name was Hadassah, which meant myrtle, a tree native to Israel that her ancestors would have known. But she also had a Persian name, Esther. This dual identity would prove crucial. Verse 8 tells us what happened next. When the king's order and edict had been proclaimed, many young women were brought to the citadel of Susa and put under the care of Hegai. Esther was one of them. She was taken to the king's palace and entrusted to Hegai, who had charge of the harem. Esther hadn't chosen this. She was taken from Mordecai's home, swept up in the king's search, like all the other beautiful young women. The cousin who had raised her, who had given her a home when her parents died, could only watch as she disappeared into the royal palace. All he could do was give her one crucial instruction, and he made sure she understood it completely. Verse 10 records this vital detail. Esther had not revealed her nationality and family background because Mordecai had forbidden her to do so. This wasn't a casual suggestion. This was a direct command from the man who had raised her, the man who understood what it meant to be Jewish in the Persian Empire. Whatever his reasons, whether he feared prejudice, danger, or simply wanted to protect her, Mordecai made it clear. No one in the palace could know Esther was a Jew. So Hadassah became Esther completely. The Jewish orphan girl hid her identity behind her Persian name. In the harem, surrounded by women from across the empire, no one knew who she really was or where she truly came from. She was just another beautiful face, another young woman waiting for her turn with the king. Verse 11 shows us that Mordecai didn't abandon her just because she'd been taken into the palace. Every day, he walked back and forth near the courtyard of the harem to find out how Esther was and what was happening to her. He couldn't see her or speak to her, but he stayed close. He watched. He waited. He kept his connection to her alive the only way he could. Inside the palace walls, Esther was alone with her secret. She couldn't talk about her family, her faith, or her people. She couldn't mention Mordecai or explain who had raised her. She carried her true identity silently, hidden beneath her Persian name and her beautiful face. The girl who had lost her parents was now losing her past as well, burying it deep where no one in the palace could find it. Something unexpected happened to Esther in the harem. Chapter 2, verse 9 tells us that she pleased Hegai and won his favor. This was significant because Hegai was the king's eunuch in charge of the harem, the man who controlled access to the women, who decided which received the best treatment, who understood what the king liked. His favor could make all the difference. Immediately, Hegai provided Esther with beauty treatments and special food. He assigned her 7 female attendants selected from the king's palace, and he moved her and her attendants into the best place in the harem. In a palace full of beautiful women all competing for the same prize, Esther had just been given every advantage. But why? The text doesn't say Esther asked for special treatment or manipulated Hegai. It simply says she pleased him and won his favor. Perhaps it was her character, the way she treated others, or something genuine in her that stood out among all the calculated ambition around her. Whatever the reason, Hegai saw something in this young woman that made him want to help her. Verse 10 reminds us again, Esther had not revealed her nationality and family background because Mordecai had forbidden her to do so. Even as she received preferential treatment, even as she was moved to the best place in the harem, she kept silent about who she really was. The secret held. The beauty treatments were elaborate and lengthy. Verse 12 explains the process that every young woman had to complete before her turn to go to King Xerxes. 12 months had to pass, 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with perfumes and cosmetics. This wasn't just about looking beautiful. This was about transformation, about being prepared according to Persian standards until every trace of the girl's former life was polished away. Verse 13 describes what happened when the time came for a young woman to go to the king. Anything she wanted was given to her to take with her from the harem to the king's palace. The women could request jewelry, special clothing, or anything else they thought might catch the king's attention. It was their one chance to make an impression, so most took everything they could get. But verse 14 reveals the hard truth. In the evening, each young woman would go to the king, and in the morning she would return to another part of the harem to the care of Shashgaz, the king's eunuch who was in charge of the concubines. She would not return to the king unless he was pleased with her and summoned her by name. One night, and then a lifetime of waiting in the second harem, hoping to hear your name called again, but knowing you probably never would. This was the reality Esther faced. This was what awaited her after her 12 months of preparation ended. One evening with a man she'd never met, and then the rest of her life as a concubine in the second harem. Unless she became queen. But only one woman would wear that crown. While Esther received her beauty treatments in the best place in the harem, while she learned the ways of the Persian court with her 7 attendants, she watched and listened. She saw how the other women prepared, what they requested to take with them, how they tried to stand out. And she learned something valuable from Haggai, the man who knew the king better than anyone else in the harem, the man who had seen countless women go to the king and return forgotten. Esther's silence about her identity had become her strategy. She didn't draw attention to herself. She didn't boast or scheme loudly like some of the others might have. She listened more than she spoke. She paid attention to Haggai's advice, and she waited for her turn, carrying her secret identity quietly through the months of preparation, never revealing that beneath the Persian name and the beauty treatments was a Jewish orphan girl who should never have been in the palace at all. The 12 months passed. Verse 15 tells us that when the turn came for Esther, the young woman Mordecai had adopted, the daughter of his uncle Abihail, to go to the king. She asked for nothing other than what Haggai, the king's eunuch who was in charge of the harem, suggested. This was remarkable. Every other young woman had taken whatever she wanted, loading herself with jewelry and fine things to catch the king's eye. Esther took only what Haggai advised. She trusted the man who knew the king's preferences better than anyone. The verse continues, and Esther won the favor of everyone who saw her. There was something about her that people responded to, something that went beyond the beauty treatments and the fine clothes. She had won Haggai's favor months ago, and now she was winning the favor of everyone she encountered. Verse 16 gives us the timing. Esther was taken to King Xerxes in the royal residence in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. 4 years had passed since Vashti had been deposed. 4 years since the throne beside the king had sat empty. Now this Jewish orphan girl, hiding her identity, was walking into the king's presence. The text doesn't describe that night in detail. It doesn't tell us what they talked about or what happened. Instead, verse 17 simply states the result. Now the king was attracted to Esther more than to any of the other women, and she won his favor and approval more than any of the other virgins. The king loved her. Out of all the beautiful women brought from across the empire, out of all those who had spent a year in beauty treatments and taken everything they could to impress him, Esther was the one who captured his heart. So he set a royal crown on her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. The orphan was now royalty. The exile was now the queen of the Persian Empire. The girl who had been taken from Mordecai's house against her will now sat on a throne beside the most powerful man in the known world. Verse 18 tells us the king gave a great banquet, Esther's banquet, for all his nobles and officials. He proclaimed a holiday throughout the provinces and distributed gifts with royal generosity. The empire celebrated its new queen. There were festivities, feasting, and joy throughout the land. Everyone knew the king had found his queen, but no one knew who she really was. Verse 19 mentions that when the virgins were assembled a second time, Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate. This detail matters. The king's gate was where officials and important people gathered, where business was conducted, where those with some standing in the city would sit. Mordecai had positioned himself there, perhaps to stay as close to news of Esther as possible, perhaps because he had some position or role that allowed him access. But verse 20 reminds us once more of the secret that defined everything. Esther had kept secret her family background and nationality, just as Mordecai had told her to do, for she continued to follow Mordecai's instructions as she had done when he was bringing her up. Even as queen, even wearing the royal crown, even living in the palace and married to the king, Esther still obeyed the man who had raised her. The secret held. No one knew Queen Esther was Jewish. The girl who had lost everything, her parents, her freedom, her Jewish name, had gained everything the world could offer. But she remained obedient to Mordecai's command. She kept silent about who she truly was. And that silence, that hidden identity, would soon become the hinge on which the fate of an entire nation would turn. Mordecai continued sitting at the king's gate, that place where officials gathered and palace business was conducted. He was there so often, in fact, that he heard things most people wouldn't. And one day, he heard something that would prove his loyalty to the crown and save the king's life. Verse 21 sets the scene. During the time Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's officers who guarded the doorway, became angry and conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. These weren't random servants. These were men trusted with the king's safety, men who guarded the threshold and had access to him. Their position gave them the perfect opportunity to kill him. But verse 22 tells us their plot didn't stay secret. Mordecai found out about the conspiracy and told Queen Esther, who in turn reported it to the king, giving credit to Mordecai. This was how the information traveled, from Mordecai to Esther to the king. Mordecai couldn't approach the king directly, but he could reach Esther, and Esther could reach her husband. The connection between the orphan queen and her cousin who had raised her was still alive, still functioning, even though it had to remain hidden. The king took the report seriously. Verse 23 tells us what happened next. And when the report was investigated and found to be true, the two officials were impaled on poles. There was no mercy for traitors who tried to kill the king. The punishment was swift and public. The men who had been trusted to guard the king died on poles for everyone to see. The verse ends with an important detail. All this was recorded in the book of the annals in the presence of the king. Official records were kept of everything important that happened in the kingdom. Court historians wrote down the names, the events, the outcomes. And somewhere in those royal chronicles was now an entry about Mordecai the Jew, who had uncovered an assassination plot and saved the king's life. Mordecai had proven his loyalty to King Xerxes. He had protected the throne. He had done exactly what any faithful subject should do when they discovered a conspiracy against their king. But strangely, the text doesn't mention any reward. There's no record of the king thanking Mordecai or honoring him or giving him a position or wealth. The entry was simply written in the book of Chronicles, and life went on. Mordecai kept sitting at the king's gate. Esther kept her identity hidden in the palace. The record of Mordecai's good deed sat in the royal archives, waiting. No one realized that this moment, this uncelebrated act of loyalty, this entry in a book that no one thought about, would become crucial at exactly the right time. The king didn't know it yet. Mordecai didn't know it yet, but that record was waiting like a seed planted in the ground, ready to sprout when the time came. After these events, something shifted in the kingdom. Chapter 3, verse 1 introduces us to a new player. After these events, King Xerxes honored Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, elevating him and giving him a seat of honor higher than that of all the other nobles. This wasn't a small promotion. Haman was lifted above everyone else in the kingdom. Only the king himself ranked higher. The text specifically calls Haman the Agagite. This detail matters. The Agagites were descendants of Agag, the Amalekite king. The Amalekites had been enemies of Israel for centuries, going back to the time when the Israelites left Egypt. King Saul had been commanded to destroy the Amalekites completely, but he had spared King Agag and lost his kingdom because of it. Now, generations later, a descendant of those ancient enemies held the highest position in the Persian Empire. Verse 2 tells us what the king commanded. All the royal officials at the king's gate knelt down and paid honor to Haman, for the king had commanded this concerning him. Everyone was expected to bow. This wasn't just respect. This was worship-like honor given to Haman whenever he passed. The king had ordered it and everyone obeyed. Everyone except one man. The verse continues, "But Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor. Day after day, Mordecai sat at the king's gate and refused to bow when Haman walked by. He wouldn't kneel. He wouldn't honor this man. He simply remained as he was, while everyone else around him fell to their knees. Verse 3 shows us that this didn't go unnoticed. Then the royal officials at the king's gate asked Mordecai, "Why do you disobey the king's command?" They questioned him day after day about his refusal. This wasn't a one-time act of defiance. This was ongoing, public, and impossible to miss. Every single day, Mordecai refused to bow, and every day, the other officials asked him why he was disobeying the king's direct order. Verse 4 tells us how this situation escalated. Day after day, they spoke to him, but he refused to comply. Therefore, they told Haman about it to see whether Mordecai's behavior would be tolerated, for he had told them he was a Jew. Here we learn something crucial. Mordecai had revealed his identity to the officials at the gate. He had explained that he was a Jew. Whether this was his reason for not bowing or simply information he shared when pressed, the text doesn't say. But now the officials knew, and they brought this information to Haman. Haman, the Agagite, the descendant of Israel's ancient enemies, now knew that a Jew at the king's gate was refusing to honor him. The old hatred between their peoples, buried for generations, was about to surface in the Persian court. And this time, the Agagite had all the power of the empire behind him. Verse 5 describes Haman's reaction. When Haman saw that Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor, he was enraged. This wasn't mild annoyance or wounded pride. This was rage, deep, burning anger at this one man's refusal to bow. Haman had been elevated above everyone in the kingdom. Everyone else showed him honor. But one Jew at the gate wouldn't kneel, and it consumed him. But verse 6 reveals something much darker. And having learned who Mordecai's people were, he scorned the idea of killing only Mordecai. Killing one man wasn't enough for Haman. His rage expanded beyond the individual who had insulted him to encompass an entire people. Instead, Haman looked for a way to destroy all Mordecai's people, the Jews, throughout the whole kingdom of Xerxes. This was no longer about respect or honor. This was about genocide. Because one Jew refused to bow, Haman wanted every Jew in the empire dead. His anger had found a target big enough to match his wounded ego, an entire nation scattered throughout 127 provinces. He began looking for a way to accomplish this massive act of destruction. And so, the threads came together. An orphan Jewish girl sat on the throne as queen, her identity hidden. Her cousin Mordecai sat at the king's gate, refusing to bow to the king's highest official. That official was a descendant of Israel's ancient enemies, now consumed with rage and planning something terrible. And none of them knew yet how these pieces would collide. The record of Mordecai's loyalty sat in the royal archives, unnoticed and unrewarded. Queen Esther lived in the palace, following Mordecai's command to keep her nationality secret. Haman stood at the height of power, honored by everyone except the one man he hated most. The stage was set. The players were in position, and a plan was forming in Haman's mind that would force everyone to reveal their true identities and choose their loyalties. The rise of an orphan queen was complete. She had climbed from nothing to everything, from the lowest position imaginable to the throne of the greatest empire on earth. But she had no idea that her greatest test was coming, that the hidden identity she carried would soon become the only thing standing between her people and total destruction. The crown on her head would mean nothing compared to the choice she would soon have to make. Haman didn't rush his plan. He wanted to choose the perfect day for what he was about to do. Chapter 3, verse 7 tells us, "In the 12th year of King Xerxes, in the first month, the month of Nisan, the Pur, that is, the lot, was cast in the presence of Haman to select a day and month. And the lot fell on the 12th month, the month of Adar. The pur was a form of divination, a way of determining fate by casting lots. Haman cast it over and over, day after day, month after month, looking for the most favorable time, according to his superstitions and beliefs. He was treating this like a sacred act, consulting what he believed were the forces of fate to find the right moment for destruction. The lot kept being cast until it finally landed on a date, the 13th day of the 12th month. This gave Haman almost a full year from the first month to the 12th month. Nearly 12 months stretched between the casting of the lot and the chosen day of destruction. It was a long time to wait, but Haman was patient. He believed fate had chosen this day, and he would use the time to make sure everything was perfectly arranged. The irony was thick. Haman was casting lots to determine when the Jews would die, trusting in chance and superstition to guide him. He thought he was controlling destiny, but he had no idea that the same providence he was trying to manipulate was already working against him, arranging pieces on a board he couldn't see. With his date chosen, Haman went to the king. Verse 8 records his carefully crafted pitch. Then Haman said to King Xerxes, "There is a certain people dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of your kingdom who keep themselves separate. Their customs are different from those of all other people, and they do not obey the king's laws. It is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them." Notice what Haman did. He didn't say the Jews. He called them a certain people. He made them sound mysterious and dangerous. He claimed they kept themselves separate and had different customs. He accused them of not obeying the king's laws. He presented them as a threat to the kingdom, a problem that needed to be solved. And he framed it all in terms of the king's best interest. But Haman wasn't finished. Verse 9 shows his masterstroke. "If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued to destroy them, and I will give 10,000 talents of silver to the king's administrators for the royal treasury." This was an enormous sum of money, enough to fund armies, enough to make a king pay attention. Haman was essentially offering to buy the destruction of the Jews, sweetening his proposal with a fortune. Where would Haman get this money? Most likely from plundering the Jews themselves after they were killed. He was betting that the wealth taken from an entire people spread across 127 provinces would more than cover his promised payment. It was a business transaction wrapped in genocide. Verse 10 tells us the king's response. So the king took his signet ring from his finger and gave it to Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. The king didn't ask who these people were. He didn't investigate whether they really were a threat. He didn't question Haman's motives. He simply handed over his signet ring, the ultimate symbol of royal authority. With that ring, Haman could seal any decree and make it law. Verse 11 records what the king said, "Keep the money and do with the people as you please." The king was essentially telling Haman he didn't even need to pay. He trusted Haman completely. He gave him total authority over a certain people he couldn't be bothered to identify. With a few words and the transfer of a ring, the king had just authorized the destruction of an entire nation. He didn't know their name. He didn't care about their fate. He simply handed the power to Haman and went back to his wine. Haman moved quickly. Verse 12 describes what happened next. Then, on the 13th day of the first month, the royal secretaries were summoned. They wrote out in the script of each province and in the language of each people all Haman's orders to the king's satraps, the governors of the various provinces, and the nobles of the various peoples. These were written in the name of King Xerxes himself and sealed with his own ring. This was official. This wasn't a secret plot or a quiet assassination. This was a public decree written in every language spoken in the empire, sent to every province, sealed with the king's authority. The machinery of the empire was being used to announce a massacre. Verse 13 tells us what the decree said. Dispatches were sent by couriers to all the king's provinces with the order to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the Jews, young and old, women and children, on a single day, the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. Read those words again. Destroy, kill, and annihilate. Not just the men, not just the leaders or the troublemakers, all the Jews, young and old, women and children, every single one in every province on the same day. It was systematic, total, and legal, and as a bonus, everyone was authorized to take their property. It was genocide with a profit motive. Verse 14 explains how the decree was distributed. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued as law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality so they would be ready for that day. The couriers went out at the king's command, and the decree was issued in the citadel of Susa. These weren't sealed secret orders. The decree was public. Everyone in every province was supposed to know about it. The 13th day of Adar was marked on the calendar. People had 11 months to prepare. The Jews had 11 months to dread what was coming. Their neighbors had 11 months to decide whether they would join the killing and take the plunder. The countdown to destruction had begun, and there was no way to stop it. Persian law was clear. Once a decree was sealed with the king's ring, it could never be revoked. Verse 15 gives us a stark contrast. The king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was bewildered. While death sentences hung over an entire people, while fear spread through the Jewish community, while confusion gripped the city, the king and Haman celebrated. They sat down together with wine, satisfied with their day's work. Haman had gotten what he wanted. The king had handled a problem he didn't understand, and the Jews had been condemned to death by a law that couldn't be undone. When Mordecai learned of all that had been done, chapter 4, verse 1 tells us his reaction. He tore his clothes, put on sackcloth and ashes, and went out into the city, wailing loudly and bitterly. This was the traditional expression of devastating grief. Tearing clothes, wearing rough sackcloth instead of normal garments, covering yourself with ashes, these were how people showed that something terrible had happened. And Mordecai's wailing was loud. He wanted to be heard. Verse 2 says, "But he went only as far as the king's gate, because no one clothed in sackcloth was allowed to enter it." Even in his grief, there were rules. Mourning clothes couldn't enter the palace area. So Mordecai stood at the gate, as close as he could get to where Esther was, and mourned there. Verse 3 shows us this wasn't just Mordecai. In every province to which the edict and order of the king came, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, weeping, and wailing. Many lay in sackcloth and ashes. Across the entire empire, in all 127 provinces, wherever Jews lived, the same scene was playing out. They had read the decree. They knew they had been sentenced to death. They knew the date, and they mourned because there was nothing else they could do. But verse 4 reveals a problem. When Esther's eunuchs and female attendants came and told her about Mordecai, she was in great distress. Esther was inside the palace, isolated from what was happening in the city. She didn't know about the decree. She only heard that Mordecai was at the gate wearing sackcloth. She had no idea why. So she sent clothes for him to put on instead of his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. Esther was trying to solve what she thought was a simple problem. Get Mordecai proper clothes so he wouldn't be in mourning garments. She didn't understand. She was cut off from the crisis unfolding beyond the palace walls. The Queen of Persia had no idea that her people had just been condemned to death. Verse 5 tells us what Esther did next. Then Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs assigned to attend her, and ordered him to find out what was troubling Mordecai and why. She needed information. Something was clearly wrong, and she needed to know what it was. Verse 6 says, So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the open square of the city in front of the king's gate. He found Mordecai and got the story. Verse 7 tells us what Mordecai shared. Mordecai told him everything that had happened to him, including the exact amount of money Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury for the destruction of the Jews. But Mordecai didn't just explain the situation. Verse 8 shows he gave Hathach something concrete. He also gave him a copy of the text of the edict for their annihilation, which had been published in Susa, to show to Esther and explain it to her, and he told him to instruct her to go into the king's presence, to beg for mercy and plead with him for her people. Mordecai was clear about what needed to happen. Esther had to go to the king. She had to reveal her identity. She had to beg for her people. There was no other option. She was the only Jew with access to the king, the only one who might be able to change his mind. Verse 9 says, Hathach went back and reported to Esther what Mordecai had said. Now she knew. The decree existed. Her people were going to be killed. Mordecai wanted her to approach the king and plead for them. But verse 10 shows us Esther's response. She instructed him to say to Mordecai, verse 11, All the king's officials and the people of the royal provinces know that for any man or woman who approaches the king in the inner court without being summoned, the king has but one law, that they be put to death unless the king extends the gold scepter to them and spares their lives. But 30 days have passed since I was called to go to the king. Esther was explaining her impossible situation. There was a law. Anyone who went to the king without being summoned faced automatic death. The only exception was if the king held out his golden scepter. But that was up to him. She couldn't control whether he would spare her or not. And she added a crucial detail. It had been 30 days since the king had called for her. She hadn't seen him in a month. Their relationship was clearly not as close as it once was. If she walked into his throne room unbidden, he might simply let her die. Verse 12 says, When Esther's words were reported to Mordecai, he didn't accept her reasoning. Verse 13 gives us his response. He sent back this answer. Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape. Mordecai was direct. He told her she wouldn't be safe just because she was queen. When the killing started, her hidden identity wouldn't protect her forever. Verse 14 continues his message. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place. But you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? These words would echo through history. Mordecai was telling Esther that God would save the Jews somehow, even if she did nothing. But if she stayed silent, she and her family would die anyway. And then he asked the question that defined everything. What if this was why she became queen? What if her whole journey from orphan to palace to throne was for this exact moment? What if she was exactly where she needed to be, when she needed to be there with the access and position required to save her people? Verse 15 tells us, Then Esther sent this reply to Mordecai. Verse 16, Go, gather together all the Jews who are in Susa, and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. I and my attendants will fast as you do. When this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish. Esther had made her decision. She would go to the king. But first she needed 3 days. 3 days of fasting, no food, no water, day or night. This wasn't a symbolic gesture. This was serious preparation. In that culture, fasting was connected to prayer and seeking God's help in desperate situations. Esther was asking all the Jews in Susa to fast with her. She and her attendants would do the same, and then she spoke the words that defined her courage. If I perish, I perish. She was going in knowing she might die. She wasn't confident in her beauty or her relationship with the king. She was simply choosing to act, whatever the cost. Better to die trying to save her people than to die hiding while they were slaughtered. Verse 17 says, "So Mordecai went away and carried out all of Esther's instructions." The fasting began. For 3 days and 3 nights, the Jews of Susa abstained from all food and water. Esther and her attendants did the same inside the palace. They were preparing for the moment when she would walk into the throne room, unbidden and uninvited, gambling her life on the king's response. Those 3 days must have felt endless. Every hour that passed brought Esther closer to the moment of truth. Would the king extend his scepter or let her die? Would he be angry at her interruption or pleased to see her? She had no way of knowing. She could only prepare, fast, pray, and then walk forward into whatever waited for her. Chapter 5, verse 1 tells us, "On the 3rd day, Esther put on her royal robes and stood in the inner court of the palace in front of the king's hall. The king was sitting on his royal throne in the hall, facing the entrance. The 3 days were over. Esther dressed in her finest clothes and took her position in the inner court where the king could see her. She stood there, waiting to see if she would live or die." Verse 2 gives us the moment everything hung on. When he saw Queen Esther standing in the court, he was pleased with her and held out to her the gold scepter that was in his hand. So Esther approached and touched the tip of the scepter. She lived. The king was pleased to see her. He extended the scepter. Esther could approach. She walked forward and touched the tip of the golden staff, the symbol that she had been granted permission to live and speak. Verse 3 shows the king was more than just tolerant. He was generous. Then the king asked, "What is it, Queen Esther? What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be given you." This was the traditional royal formula, a way of saying he would grant her a significant favor. The king was in a good mood. He wanted to please his queen. He was ready to give her almost anything she wanted. This was the moment. Esther could have spoken immediately. She could have told him about Haman's plot, revealed her identity, begged for her people. But verse 4 shows she did something unexpected. "If it pleases the king," replied Esther, "let the king, together with Haman, come today to a banquet I have prepared for him." She didn't ask for what she really wanted. Instead, she invited the king and Haman to dinner. She was buying time, setting a scene, creating the perfect moment for her real request. Verse 5 tells us, "Bring Haman at once," the king said, "so that we may do what Esther asks." So the king and Haman went to the banquet Esther had prepared. The king agreed immediately. He called for Haman and they both went to Esther's banquet. Verse 6 tells us, as they were drinking wine, the king again asked Esther, "Now what is your petition? It will be given you. And what is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted." The king was enjoying himself. He asked again what Esther wanted, renewing his promise. But verse 7 shows Esther still wasn't ready to reveal everything. Esther replied, "My petition and my request is this." Verse 8, "If the king regards me with favor, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet I will prepare for them. Then I will answer the king's question. Another delay, another banquet, another day." Esther was extending the tension, waiting for exactly the right moment. The king agreed. They would come back tomorrow. Verse 9 tells us, Haman went out that day happy and in high spirits. He had just been invited, again, to a private banquet with the king and queen. Only him. No other nobles. It was the highest honor imaginable. But then his mood crashed. The verse continues, "But when he saw Mordecai at the king's gate and observed that he neither rose nor showed fear in his presence, he was filled with rage against Mordecai. There was Mordecai still at the gate, still refusing to stand or bow, still showing no fear. And all of Haman's happiness evaporated into rage." Verse 10 says, "Nevertheless Haman restrained himself and went home. He controlled his anger long enough to leave. When he got home, verse 10 continues, he called together his friends and Zeresh, his wife. Verse 11 tells us what he did. Haman boasted to them about his vast wealth, his many sons, and all the ways the king had honored him and how he had elevated him above the other nobles and officials. Haman listed everything he had, his money, his children, his promotions, his position. He was trying to remind himself of how great he was. Verse 12 continues his boasting. And that's not all, Haman added. I'm the only person Queen Esther invited to accompany the king to the banquet she gave, and she has invited me along with the king tomorrow. He was the only one invited to these private dinners with the king and queen. It was the ultimate sign of favor. But verse 13 reveals the poison in his soul. But all this gives me no satisfaction as long as I see that Jew Mordecai sitting at the king's gate. Everything Haman had meant nothing because one man wouldn't bow. All his wealth, all his honor, all his access to power, none of it satisfied him because Mordecai still sat at that gate in defiance. Verse 14 gives us the solution proposed by his wife and friends. His wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, have a pole set up, reaching to a height of 50 cubits, and asked the king in the morning to have Mordecai impaled on it. Then go with the king to the banquet and enjoy yourself. This suggestion delighted Haman, and he had the pole set up. 50 cubits was about 75 feet high, a massive structure that everyone in the city would see. Haman loved the idea. He would ask the king in the morning for permission to execute Mordecai on this pole, and then the problem would be solved. He could enjoy the banquet knowing his enemy was dead. So Haman had the pole built that night, ready for Mordecai. But verse 1 of chapter 6 introduces a problem Haman knew nothing about. That night the king could not sleep, so he ordered the book of the Chronicles, the record of his reign, to be brought in and read to him. The king had insomnia. He couldn't sleep, so he asked for the official records to be read aloud, probably hoping the boring lists would help him drift off. Verse 2 tells us what happened. It was found recorded there that Mordecai had exposed Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's officers who guarded the doorway, who had conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. The reader happened to land on the entry about Mordecai saving the king's life. Of all the events in all the records, this was the one being read that sleepless night. Verse 3 shows the king's response. What honor and recognition has Mordecai received for this? The king asked. Nothing has been done for him, his attendants answered. The king discovered that the man who saved his life had never been rewarded. This was a problem. Kings were supposed to honor those who showed loyalty. The fact that nothing had been done for Mordecai was embarrassing. Verse 4 tells us, the king said, "Who is in the court?" Now Haman had just entered the outer court of the palace to speak to the king about impalement. In every province to which the edict and order of the king came, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, weeping, and wailing. Many lay in sackcloth and ashes. Across the entire empire, in all 127 provinces, wherever Jews lived, the same scene was playing out. They had read the decree. They knew they had been sentenced to death. They knew the date, and they mourned because there was nothing else they could do. But verse 4 reveals a problem. When Esther's eunuchs and female attendants came and told her about Mordecai, she was in great distress. Esther was inside the palace, isolated from what was happening in the city. She didn't know about the decree. She only heard that Mordecai was at the gate wearing sackcloth. She had no idea why. So she sent clothes for him to put on instead of his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. Esther was trying to solve what she thought was a simple problem. Get Mordecai proper clothes so he wouldn't be in mourning garments. She didn't understand. She was cut off from the crisis unfolding beyond the palace walls. The Queen of Persia had no idea that her people had just been condemned to death. Verse 5 tells us what Esther did next. Then Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs assigned to attend her, and ordered him to find out what was troubling Mordecai and why. She needed information. Something was clearly wrong, and she needed to know what it was. Verse 6 says, "So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the open square of the city in front of the king's gate. He found Mordecai and got the story." Verse 7 tells us what Mordecai shared. Mordecai told him everything that had happened to him, including the exact amount of money Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury for the destruction of the Jews. But Mordecai didn't just explain the situation. Verse 8 shows he gave Hathach something concrete. He also gave him a copy of the text of the edict for their annihilation, which had been published in Susa, to show to Esther and explain it to her. And he told him to instruct her to go into the king's presence, to beg for mercy and plead with him for her people. Mordecai was clear about what needed to happen. Esther had to go to the king. She had to reveal her identity. She had to beg for her people. There was no other option. She was the only Jew with access to the king, the only one who might be able to change his mind. Verse 9 says, Hathach went back and reported to Esther what Mordecai had said. Now she knew. The decree existed. Her people were going to be killed. Mordecai wanted her to approach the king and plead for them. But verse 10 shows us Esther's response. She instructed him to say to Mordecai, verse 11, all the king's officials and the people of the royal provinces know that for this the fasting began. Up to half the king regards me with favor, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, let the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet I will prepare for them. Then I will answer the king's question. Another delay, another banquet, another day. Esther was extending the tension, waiting for exactly the right moment. The king agreed. They would come back tomorrow. Verse 9 tells us, Haman went out that day happy and in high spirits. He had just been invited, again, to a private banquet with the king and queen. Only him. No other nobles. It was the highest honor imaginable. But then his mood crashed. The verse continues, but when he saw Mordecai at the king's gate and observed that he neither rose nor showed fear in his presence, he was filled with rage against Mordecai. There was Mordecai still at the gate, still refusing to stand or bow, still showing no fear. And all of Haman's happiness evaporated into rage. Verse 10 says, nevertheless Haman restrained himself and went home. He controlled his anger long enough to leave. When he got home, verse 10 continues, he called together his friends and Zeresh, his wife. Verse 11 tells us what he did. Haman boasted to them about his vast wealth, his many sons, and all the ways the king had honored him and how he had elevated him above the other nobles and officials. Haman listed everything he had, his money, his children, his promotions, his position. He was trying to remind himself of how great he was. Verse 12 continues his boasting. And that's not all, Haman added. I'm the only person Queen Esther invited to accompany the king to the banquet she gave, and she has invited me along with the king tomorrow. He was the only one invited to these private dinners with the king and queen. It was the ultimate sign of favor. But verse 13 reveals the poison in his soul. But all this gives me no satisfaction as long as I see that Jew Mordecai sitting at the king's gate. Everything Haman had meant nothing because one man wouldn't bow. All his wealth, all his honor, all his access to power, none of it satisfied him because Mordecai still sat at that gate in defiance. Verse 14 gives us the solution proposed by his wife and friends. His wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, have a pole set up, reaching to a height of 50 cubits, and ask the king in the morning to have Mordecai impaled on it. Then go with the king to the banquet and enjoy yourself. This suggestion delighted Haman, and he had the pole set up. 50 cubits was about 75 feet high, a massive structure that everyone in the city would see. Haman loved the idea. He would ask the king in the morning for permission to execute Mordecai on this pole, and then the problem would be solved. He could enjoy the banquet knowing his enemy was dead. So Haman had the pole built that night, ready for Mordecai. But verse 1 of chapter 6 introduces a problem Haman knew nothing about. That night the king could not sleep, so he ordered the book of the Chronicles, the record of his reign, to be brought in and read to him. The king had insomnia. He couldn't sleep, so he asked for the official records to be read aloud, probably hoping the boring lists would help him drift off. Verse 2 tells us what happened. It was found recorded there that Mordecai had exposed Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's officers who guarded the doorway, who had conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. The reader happened to land on the entry about Mordecai saving the king's life. Of all the events in all the records, this was the one being read that sleepless night. Verse 3 shows the king's response. What honor and recognition has Mordecai received for this? The king asked. Nothing has been done for him, his attendants answered. The king discovered that the man who saved his life had never been rewarded. This was a problem. Kings were supposed to honor those who showed loyalty. The fact that nothing had been done for Mordecai was embarrassing. Verse 4 tells us, the king said, "Who is in the court?" Now Haman had just entered the outer court of the palace to speak to the king about impaling Mordecai on the pole he had set up for him. The timing was perfect and terrible. The king was thinking about how to honor Mordecai, and at that exact moment, Haman walked in planning to ask permission to kill him. Verse 5 continues. His attendants answered, "Haman is standing in the court." "Bring him in," the king ordered. The stage was set for a collision that Haman couldn't have anticipated. He thought he was walking in to get approval for an execution. He had no idea the king had just been reading about Mordecai's loyalty. He had no idea what question was about to be asked. When Haman came in, verse 6 of chapter 6 tells us the king asked him, "What should be done for the man the king delights to honor?" Now Haman thought to himself, "Who is there that the king would rather honor than me?" His ego answered the question before he even considered other possibilities. Obviously, the king was talking about him. Who else would deserve such honor? So verse 7 shows us Haman's answer. Haman answered the king, "For the man the king delights to honor." Verse 8, "Have them bring a royal robe the king has worn, and a horse the king has ridden, one with a royal crest placed on its head." Haman was thinking big. He wanted the king's own robe, the actual garment that had been on the king's body. He wanted the king's horse with the royal crest, symbols that would make him look almost like royalty himself. But he wasn't finished. Verse 9 continues his proposal. "Then let the robe and horse be entrusted to one of the king's most noble princes. Let them robe the man the king delights to honor, and lead him on the horse through the city streets, proclaiming before him, 'This is what is done for the man the king delights to honor.'" Haman wanted a full parade. He wanted to be dressed in royal clothes, riding the royal horse, led through the streets by one of the highest princes, while someone announced his honor to everyone watching. Verse 10 records the king's response. "Go at once," the king commanded Haman. "Get the robe and the horse, and do just as you have suggested for Mordecai the Jew, who sits at the king's gate. Do not neglect anything you have recommended." Mordecai, the Jew, the man at the gate who refused to bow. The man Haman had built a 75-foot pole to execute. That Mordecai, the king wanted Haman to do everything he had just described, but for his worst enemy, and Haman himself would have to be the one to honor him. Verse 11 tells us what happened next. So Haman got the robe and the horse. He robed Mordecai and led him on horseback through the city streets, proclaiming before him, "This is what is done for the man the king delights to honor." Every single step was agony for Haman. He had to dress Mordecai in the king's robe with his own hands. He had to place him on the king's horse. He had to walk in front of that horse through the streets of Susa, and shout the exact proclamation he had designed for himself. Everyone who saw the parade knew what was happening. They could see that Mordecai, the Jew who refused to bow to Haman, was being honored by the king. And they could see Haman serving as his herald, walking in front and announcing Mordecai's honor to the entire city. The reversal was public and complete. When the parade finally ended, verse 12 tells us, afterward Mordecai returned to the king's gate. Mordecai simply went back to his usual spot. He didn't let the honor change him or inflate his ego. He returned to where he always sat, resuming his normal position as if nothing extraordinary had happened. He remained himself, but Haman's reaction was completely different. The verse continues, but Haman rushed home with his head covered in grief. Covering the head was a traditional sign of deep shame and mourning. Haman couldn't stay in public after what had just happened. He couldn't face the people who had watched him honor his enemy. He fled to his house, devastated and humiliated, his head covered to show his distress. Verse 13 shows us what happened when he got there, and told Zeresh, his wife, and all his friends everything that had happened to him. He recounted the entire terrible experience, how he had to honor Mordecai, how the parade went, how everything had turned against him. His advisors and his wife Zeresh said to him, since Mordecai, before whom your downfall has started, is of Jewish origin, you cannot stand against him. You will surely come to ruin. His own family and closest friends saw what was coming. This wasn't just a bad day or a temporary setback. This was the beginning of Haman's complete destruction. And they told him directly, you're going down. You can't win against this Jew. Your downfall has already started. Verse 14 tells us, while they were still talking with him, the king's eunuchs arrived and hurried Haman away to the banquet Esther had prepared. Haman didn't even have time to process what had happened or recover from his humiliation. The king's servants rushed into his house and took him away immediately. He was being hurried to the queen's second banquet, walking straight from his worst moment into what would become his final meal. Chapter 7, verse 1 tells us, so the king and Haman went to Queen Esther's banquet. They sat down to eat and drink together. The king was relaxed, enjoying the wine and the private company of just his queen and his highest official. Verse 2 continues, and as they were drinking wine on the second day, the king again asked, Queen Esther, what is your petition? It will be given you. What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom it will be granted. For the third time now, the king asked Esther what she wanted. He renewed his generous promise. He was ready to give her whatever she requested, up to half of his entire kingdom. This was the moment Esther had been preparing for. She had delayed twice, but now the time had come. Verse 3 records her answer. Then Queen Esther answered, if I have found favor with you, your majesty, and if it pleases you, grant me my life. This is my petition, and spare my people. This is my request. The words hung in the air, grant me my life. The Queen of Persia was asking the king to let her live. She was telling him she was under a death sentence, and not just her. Her people were condemned as well. The king had no idea what she was talking about. Verse 4 explains why this was so urgent and serious. For I and my people have been sold to be destroyed, killed, and annihilated. If we had merely been sold as male and female slaves, I would have kept quiet, because no such distress would justify disturbing the king. Esther laid it all out clearly. She and her people had been sold for complete destruction. She made it very clear this wasn't about slavery or some minor oppression. This was about total extermination, being destroyed, killed, and annihilated. She even said that if it were just slavery, she wouldn't have bothered the king about it. Verse 5 gives us the king's shocked reaction. King Xerxes asked Queen Esther, who is he? Where is he, the man who has dared to do such a thing? The king was stunned. Someone had dared to threaten the queen's life. Someone had planned to destroy her people. He demanded to know immediately who would dare to do this. Verse 6 records Esther's direct answer. Esther said, "An adversary and enemy, this vile Haman." She pointed straight at him, the man sitting right there at the banquet table. The man the king had elevated above everyone else in the kingdom. The man the king trusted completely. Haman was the one who had planned all of this. The verse ends with Haman's reaction. Then Haman was terrified before the king and queen. Everything had just collapsed around him. The king now knew that the certain people he had authorized Haman to destroy included his own wife. The queen herself was one of them. And Haman sat there at the table completely exposed and terrified, knowing his life was finished. Verse 7 tells us the king got up in a rage, left his wine, and went out into the palace garden. The king's fury was too much to contain in that room. He needed to think. He needed air. He needed to process what he had just learned, that he had authorized the death of his own wife. So he walked out into the garden, leaving Haman alone with Esther. The verse continues, but Haman, realizing that the king had already decided his fate, stayed behind to beg Queen Esther for his life. Haman knew exactly what the king's rage meant. He knew he was finished. His only possible chance now was to plead with Esther. Maybe she would show mercy. Maybe she would ask the king to spare him. It was his last desperate hope. Verse 8 describes what happened next. Just as the king returned from the palace garden to the banquet hall, Haman was falling on the couch where Esther was reclining. In his complete desperation, Haman had thrown himself toward where Esther was, begging for his life. But the timing couldn't have been worse. The king walked back in at that exact moment and saw Haman over his wife. The king exploded in fury. The king exclaimed, "Will he even molest the queen while she's with me in the house?" The king interpreted what he saw as an assault on the queen, happening right in front of him, in his own palace. Haman's position looked completely wrong at the worst possible moment. The verse ends with devastating finality. As soon as the word left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. The servant standing nearby immediately covered Haman's face with a cloth. This was the traditional sign of condemnation in the Persian court. When someone's face was covered in the king's presence, it meant they were sentenced to death. There would be no trial, no defense, no second chances, no mercy. Haman was done. Verse 9 introduces one of the servants. Then Harbona, one of the eunuchs attending the king, said, "A pole reaching to a height of 50 cubits stands by Haman's house." He had it set up for Mordecai, who spoke up to help the king. Harbona helpfully mentioned the gallows that Haman had built, the massive structure, 75 feet tall, that stood at Haman's house. And he made sure the king knew exactly who it was meant for: Mordecai, the man who had saved the king's life by exposing the assassination plot. The king's response was immediate and decisive. The verse continues. The king said, "Impale him on it." There was no hesitation, no investigation, no discussion. The king simply ordered Haman to be executed on the very gallows he had built for someone else. Verse 10 tells us the outcome. So they impaled Haman on the pole he had set up for Mordecai. Then the king's fury subsided. The reversal was complete and poetic. The execution device that Haman had constructed to display Mordecai's dead body now displayed his own. The man who had cast lots to destroy all the Jews died on the instrument of death he had personally prepared for a single Jew. Only then, after Haman was dead, did the king's anger finally cool down. But there was a major problem that Haman's death didn't solve. The decree to destroy all the Jews was still in effect. It was still sealed with the king's signet ring. It was still scheduled to happen on the 13th day of Adar. And according to the unchangeable laws of Persia and Media, it couldn't be revoked. Haman was dead, but his genocide was still completely legal and supposedly unstoppable. Chapter 8, verse 1 tells us that same day King Xerxes gave Queen Esther the estate of Haman, the enemy of the Jews. and Mordecai came into the presence of the king, for Esther had told how he was related to her. On the same day Haman died, his entire estate was given to Esther, and Esther finally revealed publicly her connection to Mordecai. He was her cousin, the man who had raised her as his own daughter. Mordecai was brought before the king and given direct access to his presence. Verse 2 continues, "The king took off his signet ring, which he had reclaimed from Haman, and presented it to Mordecai, and Esther appointed him over Haman's estate." The ring that had sealed the death decree was now in Mordecai's hands. He was elevated immediately to Haman's former position as the highest official in the kingdom. Everything Haman had owned, his house, his wealth, his property, now belonged to Esther, and she put Mordecai in charge of it all. The reversal of fortune was dramatic and swift, but Esther wasn't satisfied with just this. Verse 3 shows her falling at the king's feet again. Esther again pleaded with the king, falling at his feet and weeping. She begged him to put an end to the evil plan of Haman the Agagite, which he had devised against the Jews. Haman was dead, but his evil plan was still alive and active. The decree was still law. The Jews were still condemned to die. Esther needed the king to do something about it. Verse 4 tells us, "Then the king extended the gold scepter to Esther, and she arose and stood before him." Once again, just like the first time she approached him unbidden, the king showed her favor. He extended the scepter. He was willing to listen to what she had to say. Verse 5 records Esther's carefully worded request. "If it pleases the king," she said, "and if he regards me with favor and thinks it the right thing to do, and if he is pleased with me, let an order be written overruling the dispatches that Haman son of Hammedatha the Agagite devised and wrote to destroy the Jews in all the king's provinces." Esther asked for a new decree to cancel out Haman's order. She wanted the death sentence lifted from her people. Verse 6 shows the emotion behind her request, "For how can I bear to see disaster fall on my people? How can I bear to see the destruction of my family?" She couldn't just stand by and watch her people be slaughtered. She couldn't stay silent knowing her family and everyone like her would be destroyed. But there was a serious legal problem. Verses 7 and 8 give us the king's response. King Xerxes replied to Queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jew, "Because Haman attacked the Jews, I have given his estate to Esther, and they have impaled him on the pole he set up. Now write another decree in the king's name in behalf of the Jews as seems best to you, and seal it with the king's signet ring. For no document written in the king's name and sealed with his ring can be revoked." The king explained the reality of Persian law. It was absolutely permanent and unchangeable. Once a decree was sealed with the king's signet ring, it couldn't be cancelled or revoked, not by anyone, not even by the king himself. But the king gave them a solution: write a new decree. They couldn't erase or cancel the first law, but they could create a second law to work against it. Verse 9 tells us what happened immediately. At once, the royal secretaries were summoned on the 23rd day of the 3rd month, the month of Sivan. They wrote out all Mordecai's orders to the Jews and to the satraps, governors and nobles of the 127 provinces stretching from India to Cush. These orders were written in the script of each province and the language of each people, and also to the Jews in their own script and language. Mordecai took charge of the situation. He dictated the new decree in every language spoken across the empire, including Hebrew specifically for the Jewish communities. The message would go to all 127 provinces, just like Haman's death decree had been sent everywhere. Verse 11 gives us the critical content of this new decree. The king's edict granted the Jews in every city the right to assemble and protect themselves, to destroy, kill, and annihilate the armed men of any nationality or province who might attack them, and their women and children, and to plunder the property of their enemies. This was brilliant legal strategy. The first decree said that everyone in the empire could attack and kill the Jews on the 13th of Adar. This second decree said that the Jews had the legal right to defend themselves and fight back with full force. They could gather together. They could organize and prepare. They could kill anyone who attacked them. They could even take the property of their enemies. Verse 17 describes the response across the empire. In every province and in every city to which the edict of the king came, there was joy and gladness among the Jews, with feasting and celebrating. And many people of other nationalities became Jews because fear of the Jews had seized them. The mood among the Jewish people changed completely and immediately. They went from mourning and despair to celebration and hope. They had been given a real fighting chance to survive. And something very interesting happened. Many non-Jews decided to convert to Judaism. They saw what was coming and calculated that it was much safer to be counted among the Jews than against them. Fear of what the Jews might do on the 13th of Adar made people seriously reconsider their loyalties. Chapter 9, verse 1 brings us to the actual day. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the edict commanded by the king was to be carried out. On this day, the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them, but now the tables were turned and the Jews got the upper hand over those who hated them. The day finally arrived. Both decrees were officially in effect simultaneously, but everything had completely reversed from what Haman had planned. The enemies who had been planning to attack and plunder the Jews found themselves facing organized, prepared, and legally authorized Jewish resistance. Verse 2 tells us, the Jews assembled in their cities in all the provinces of King Xerxes to attack those who sought to destroy them. No one could stand against them because the people of all the other nationalities were afraid of them. The Jews gathered together in their communities and fought back, and they were successful. People throughout the empire were afraid to attack them because everyone knew the Jews now had the full backing and support of the king himself. Verse 5 describes what happened. The Jews struck down all their enemies with the sword, killing and destroying them.
54,000 per hour. That's what we're gonna make. I don't even think ये बनाने में देर लगेगी. Yes, we let them work in the background. We open another instance and get a schematic out of it.
के प्राइसेस देखकर दिमाग खराब, जीपीयू के प्राइसेस देखकर दिमाग खराब हो गया है. समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि बिल्ड करूं या वेट करूं. ये 10 क्वेश्चंस आपको सिर्फ 90 सेकंड्स में क्लियर डिसीजन दे देंगे. एंड में आपको सीधा वर्डिक्ट मिलेगा. अभी बिल्ड करना है, वेट करना है, या सर्वाइवल पीसी बिल्ड करने के बाद में अपग्रेड करना है. पिछले 10 साल से लोग मुझसे यही पूछते आ रहे हैं, अभी बनाऊं या इंतजार करूं, अभी बनाऊं या इंतजार करूं, अभी बनाऊं या इंतजार करूं. एक पेपर ले लीजिए, बस 2 कॉलम बना लीजिए, बिल्ड नाउ और वेट. मैं पॉइंट बोलता जाऊंगा, लिखते जाइएगा. एंड में खुद क्लियर हो जाएगा क्या करना है. अगर अभी ये प्रोसेस जो मैंने अभी बताया वो समझ में नहीं आया तो बस 1 मिनट वीडियो और देखिए, सब क्लियर हो जाएगा. नोशन यूजर्स के लिए डिस्क्रिप्शन में एक टूल है जो मैंने बनाया है. वहां आप सिर्फ ऑप्शन सिलेक्ट करेंगे और स्कोर अपने आप कैलकुलेट हो जाएगा. द 10 क्वेश्चंस क्वेश्चन 1, आपको पीसी कितनी जल्दी चाहिए? अगर 30 दिनों में चाहिए वेट कर सकते हैं। वेट के हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि कितनी बराबर ये वेटेज दी जाती है, कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। क्वेश्चन नंबर 4, क्या आपको ट्रिपल ए गेम्स हाई या अल्ट्रा सेटिंग्स पर ही खेलने हैं? अगर नहीं, ई स्पोर्ट्स गेम से आप चला लोगे काम, मीडियम सेटिंग्स या लो सेटिंग्स भी ठीक है आपके लिए, तो +2 पॉइंट्स बिल्ड नाउ में। अगर हाँ, आपको हाई या अल्ट्रा सेटिंग्स चाहिए ही चाहिए ट्रिपल ए गेम्स में, तो +2 पॉइंट्स वेट में। क्वेश्चन नंबर 5, बजट स्ट्रिक्ट है या फ्लेक्सिबल है? अगर 2 से 5 हज़ार रुपए एक्स्ट्रा लग जाएं तो मैनेज कर सकते हैं। ये जो मैंने बात कही है 2 से 5 हज़ार की, ये सस्ते सेटअप्स के लिए है। महंगे वालों के लिए तो यही चीज़ हो जाएगी, क्या 10 से 15 हज़ार अगर इधर उधर प्राइस हो जाए तो आपके लिए ठीक है ये। अगर फ्लेक्सिबल हैं तो +1 पॉइंट बिल्ड नाउ में। अगर स्ट्रिक्ट है तो +2 पॉइंट्स वेट में। क्वेश्चन नंबर 6, आपका टारगेट जीपीयू ओवर प्राइस्ड लग रहा है? जो जीपीयू आपको पसंद है, जो आप लेना चाहते हो, वो ओवर प्राइस्ड लग रहा है? सिंपल रूल बता रहा हूं, अगर आपको लग रहा है कि फेयर प्राइस से लगभग 15 से 25% या उससे ज्यादा चार्ज हो रहा है, अभी के टाइम में अगर नहीं, प्राइसिंग रीजनेबल लग रहा है, ठीक है, तो प्राइसिंग पड़े या अच्छे टाइम में आपको अगर हाँ क्लियरली ओवर प्राइस लग रहा है तो +3 पॉइंट। क्वेश्चन नंबर 7, क्या आप वेट करने का क्लियर रीजन रखते हैं? कोई वजह है, मतलब कोई सॉलिड रीजन है, जैसे सेल का इंतजार कर रहे हो आप, नया जीपीयू लॉन्च होने वाला है इसलिए आप वेट कर रहे हो, या बजट इम्प्रूव होने वाला है, या आपको कोई खबर है, कोई वेबसाइट ने खुलासा किया क्या पैसे कम हो जाएंगे? अगर हाँ क्लियर रीजन है वेट करने का तो +3 पॉइंट्स वेट में डालिए। अगर नहीं है, बस कंफ्यूजन है या फोमो है, तो +3 पॉइंट्स बिल्ड नाउ में डालिए। क्वेश्चन नंबर 8, क्या आप यूज्ड या रिफर्बिश्ड कंसिडर कर सकते हैं? मतलब वेरीफाइड यूज्ड जीपीयू या पीसी पार्ट्स पुराने कहीं सेकंड हैंड खरीद लिए, लेने में आप कंफर्टेबल हो? जानकारी है आपको? यूज्ड जीपीयूज के बारे में, कहाँ से खरीदें, कैसे चेक करें, सेफ पेमेंट कैसे करें, ये सब मैंने द ग्राफिक कार्ड मॉड्यूल ऑफ द पीसी बिल्डिंग मास्टरी कोर्स में डिटेल में कवर किया है, लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में है, अगर आप चाहो तो चेक कर सकते हो। अगर आप कह रहे हो हाँ यूज्ड पार्ट्स रिफर्बिश्ड ठीक है मेरे लिए, तो +2 पॉइंट्स आप बिल्ड नाउ में डालो। अगर कह रहे हो नहीं सिर्फ न्यू ही चाहिए, पचड़ों में पड़ता ही नहीं, तो +2 पॉइंट्स आप वेट में डाल सकते हो। क्वेश्चन नंबर 9, रिग्रेट टॉलरेंस कैसी है? ये भी बढ़िया चीज़ है। अगर 2-3 महीने बाद प्राइसेस गिर जाएं तो आपको रिग्रेट होगा, बर्दाश्त कर लोगे आप, रोना तो नहीं निकल जाएगा आपका। अगर आपको फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, बढ़े घटे मुझे क्या, मैं खरीद लिया, तो +2 पॉइंट्स आप बिल्ड नाउ में डालो। अगर बहुत रिग्रेट होगा आई जी मेरा तो आप समझ सकते हो +3 पॉइंट्स वेट में डालिए। क्वेश्चन नंबर 10, आखिरी क्वेश्चन, क्या आप सर्वाइवल बिल्ड से स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं? ये चॉइस हम सबके पास होती है। मतलब अभी बेसिक पीसी बना लें और जीपीयू बाद में ऐड कर लें। अगर हाँ, बाद में अपग्रेड करना ठीक है तो +3 पॉइंट्स बिल्ड नाउ में, अगर नहीं एक ही बार फाइनल बिल्ड चाहिए +2 वेट। वो एक ही बार में फाइनल बिल्ड चाहिए वो उन लोगों के लिए होता है जैसे पापा दिला रहे हैं उसके बाद वो पैसे नहीं डालेंगे। वहीं दूसरी तरफ लोग होते हैं जो पैसे कमा रहे होते हैं, तो कहते हैं भाई मेरे पास पैसे आ जाएंगे मैं काम में डाल दूँगा। नाउ हाउ टू डिसाइड, अब हो गया जो क्वेश्चन थे उनके आंसर दे दिए। अब अपना टोटल निकाल लीजिए। रूल बहुत सिंपल है, अगर बिल्ड नाउ स्कोर वेट से 3 या उससे ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स आगे है तो बिल्ड नाउ, अगर वेट स्कोर बिल्ड नाउ से 3 या उससे ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स आगे है तो वेट, और अगर दोनों करीब हैं तो सर्वाइवल बिल्ड। तीसरा ऑप्शन भी तो होता है, सिर्फ बिल्ड नाउ और वेट नहीं होता, तीसरा भी ऑप्शन हमेशा तैयार है सर्वाइवल बिल्ड का। नोशन टूल जो मैं आपको बता रहा था, नोशन टूल में ये सब ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाता है। बस क्वेश्चन 1 से क्वेश्चन 10 तक सिलेक्ट कीजिए, आपको ऑप्शन दे रखें और एंड में आपको वर्डिक्ट अपने आप आ जाएगा, कुछ नहीं करना उसमें। नाउ व्हाट टू डू नेक्स्ट, अगर आपका वर्डिक्ट बिल्ड नाउ आया है इसका मतलब है कि आपकी अर्जेंसी रियल है या आपको जेन्युइनली अच्छी डील मिल रही है। अगर वर्डिक्ट वेट आया है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि कुछ करो मत। वेट का मतलब आईजी ने बोला वेट करो मतलब सो जाओ, अब बिल्कुल करो मत, देखो पीसी बनाना है कि नहीं बनाना है। स्मार्ट वेटिंग का प्लान ये है, अपना फेयर प्राइस टारगेट डिसाइड करिए, मैक्सिमम कितना देंगे, पैसे लिख लीजिए वो आप। दूसरा 3 ऑप्शन शॉर्टलिस्ट करिए कि ड्रीम जीपीयू मेरा कौन सा है, ऑल्टरनेटिव जीपीयू कौन सा है, और अगर यूज मिल जाए तो कौन सा जीपीयू मैं ले लूँगा। प्राइस अलर्ट्स लगाइए और फेस्टिवल सेल विंडोज़ पर रेडी रहिए, मनी रेडी रखिए चौथा पॉइंट, क्योंकि डील आई और आपके पैसे नहीं होंगे तो आप कुछ वैसे ही नहीं उखाड़ पाए। अगर सर्वाइवल बिल्ड का मतलब ये है, अगर वर्डिक्ट सर्वाइवल बिल्ड आता तो उसका मतलब ये है कि आपको पीसी अभी चाहिए लेकिन जीपीयू प्राइसिंग इतनी बेकार चल रही है कि आपको सोचना पड़ रहा है। तो अब इसके लिए 2 रास्ते हैं। पहला, आप AMD के APU या फिर इंटेल के iGPU वाला पीसी अभी बनाइए, बिना ग्राफिक कार्ड के गेमिंग होगी या पीसी यूज कर पाओगे आप, GPU बाद में खरीदिएगा। दूसरा रास्ता है स्ट्रॉन्ग बेस अभी बनाइए, मतलब एक बड़ा पीसी आप बनाइए, बस उसमें आपने मेन ग्राफिक कार्ड बड़ा नहीं लगा रखा है, एक टेम्पररी वीक GPU लगा रखा है और आप बाद में ग्राफिक कार्ड अपग्रेड करोगे। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात, बेस ऐसा बनाइए कि बाद में अपग्रेड करते समय पैसा वेस्ट ना हो। कहीं आपने एक बेस पीसी बनाया था स्ट्रॉन्ग, PSU आपने कैलकुलेट नहीं करी थी, अब उस पीसी में आपको PSU ये निकाल के दूसरी PSU लगानी है, तो पुरानी PSU के तो पैसे खराब कर लिए आपने। विदाउट GPU वाले पीसी की बात चली है तो मैं ये बता दूं कि द ग्राफिक कार्ड मॉड्यूल ऑफ द पीसी बिल्डिंग मास्टर कोड के सब सेक्शन 1.4 में मैं द हिडन पावर ऑफ नॉट बाइंग अ GPU एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ। आप इसे फ्री में देख सकते हो, डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक है, फर्स्ट 1 आवर बिना ईमेल के फ्री में अवेलेबल है, बिल्कुल आप जाओ और क्लिक करो और देख सकते हो। अब ज़रा मैं आपको कुछ एग्जांपल देने के लिए मिनी सिनारियोज बताऊं। जैसे सिनारियो 1 है कि स्टूडेंट का, उदाहरण के तौर पे उस पर 55,000 रुपये का बजट है, वेलोरेंट खेलना चाहता है, पढ़ाई लिखाई करेगा, 30 दिन में पीसी चाहिए। तो आप भी बता सकते हो कि तुझे 10 क्वेश्चन की ज़रूरत नहीं है। ऐसे केस में अक्सर वर्डिक्ट सर्वाइवल बिल्ड या बिल्ड नाउ आएगा। अगर वो कैलकुलेट भी करता है तो भी उसका बिल्ड नाउ या सर्वाइवल बिल्ड आएगा। सिंपल सोल्यूशन ये है कि APU वाला पीसी अभी बना ले या iGPU वाला पीसी अभी बना ले, GPU बाद में लियो बेटा। सिनारियो 2, वर्क करने वाले या एल्डर की बात। उदाहरण के तौर पे फ्रीलांस एडिटर हो आप, लैपटॉप डेड है, काम रुका हुआ है, वर्डिक्ट ऑलमोस्ट हमेशा बिल्ड नाउ आएगा। यहाँ डिले का कॉस्ट प्राइस ड्रॉप से ज़्यादा है, आप भी समझ गए, उसका काम रुका हुआ है, लैपटॉप डेड हो चुका है, पीसी डेड हो चुका है, 1000 रुपये रोज के बनाता है, वो तो 5 दिन में 5000 रुपये हो रहा है, तो उसको तो अभी चाहिए पीसी। सिनारियो नंबर 3, ये गेमर वाली बात है, गेमिंग प्लस स्ट्रिक्ट बजट है। उदाहरण के तौर पे प्योर गेमिंग के लिए पीसी बनाएगा, स्ट्रिक्ट बजट, बिल्कुल हिल नहीं सकता, GPU ओवर प्राइस चल रहा है, वो देख रहा है मार्केट में, और ऑलरेडी उसके पास प्लेबल सेटअप है। तो आप भी समझ गए कि तुझे भी 10 क्वेश्चन की जरूरत नहीं है, वर्डिक्ट वेट आएगा। अगर वो बढ़ता भी है 10 क्वेश्चन तो वर्डिक्ट वेट आएगा। यहाँ पेशेंस का मतलब सेविंग्स है। अगर आपको स्टेप बाय स्टेप इंडिया स्पेसिफिक गाइडेंस चाहिए कहाँ कॉम्प्रोमाइज सेफ है कहाँ नहीं, तो मेरा कोर्स द ग्राफिक कार्ड मॉड्यूल ऑफ द पीसी बिल्डिंग मास्टरी है, लिंक उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन में है। ये बेसिकली इंश्योरेंस जैसा है, क्योंकि एक गलत डिसीजन आपको 5 से 20,000 रुपए तक नुकसान करवा सकता है और फायदा भी हो सकता है आपका। फर्स्ट 200 बायर्स के लिए 999 का कोर्स सिर्फ 499 में है। ये वीडियो मैंने डेथ ऑफ इंडियन बजट गेमर में प्रॉमिस किया था कि ऐसा खराब टाइम में डिसीजन लेना पड़े जब पीसी पार्ट्स की प्राइसेस लगातार बढ़ रही हो तो कैसे लेना है। आप कमेंट करके बताइए कि आपका वर्डिक्ट क्या आया, बिल्ड नाउ, वेट या सर्वाइवल बिल्ड, और आपका बजट क्या है। नोशन टूल का लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में है, फ्री में ट्राई कर सकते हैं जो नोशन यूजर्स है, सब लोग यूज नहीं कर सकते। और फ्री 1 आवर कंटेंट के लिए लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में। वीडियो अच्छा लगा तो लाइक करें, चैनल पर पहले सब्सक्राइब करें। मैं हूं आईजी, आप देखते हैं इंडी का मेरा चैनल। मैं बताऊंगा तब तक गुड बाय, टाटा।
What if I told you that the greatest kings of Israel descended not from the woman who was loved, but from the woman who was rejected? Picture this, a wedding night built on deception, a bride hidden beneath a veil, entering a tent meant for her sister. When dawn breaks and the truth is revealed, her husband's face twists in horror, not at her appearance, but at the reality that she isn't the woman he loves. This is Leah, forever marked as the unloved wife. Yet embedded in her story is a prophecy so powerful it would reshape human history. From her broken heart would come the tribe of Judah, the royal bloodline. From her tears would emerge the priestly tribe of Levi. And centuries later, when a young virgin in Nazareth gave birth to the promised Messiah, his genealogy would trace back through Leah's son, not Rachel's. The woman the world rejected, God chose for his eternal plan. How did the substitute bride become the mother of the King of Kings? What divine mystery transformed her humiliation into glory? Her story isn't just ancient history. It's a prophetic masterpiece about destiny, rejection, and the shocking ways God writes his greatest chapters through our deepest pain. Jacob was running for his life. His brother Esau wanted to kill him. So his mother Rebekah told him to flee to her brother Laban's house in Haran. It was a long journey, but Jacob finally arrived in the land of the eastern peoples. When he got there, he saw a well in the field with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it. This wasn't just any well. It was the well where shepherds would water their flocks. A large stone covered the mouth of the well, and it took several shepherds working together to roll it away. Jacob asked the shepherds where they were from, and they told him they were from Haran. His heart must have jumped with hope. He asked if they knew Laban, the son of Nahor. Genesis 29:5-6 records their response. They said, "Yes, we know him." Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," they said, "and here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." Jacob looked up and saw a young woman approaching with her father's flock. Rachel was a shepherdess, tending her father's sheep, and she was walking toward the very well where Jacob stood. Something stirred in Jacob's heart the moment he saw her. The text tells us in Genesis 29:10 what happened next. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of his uncle Laban, and Laban's sheep, he went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. This was no small feat. Remember, it normally took multiple men to move that stone, but Jacob, filled with strength and perhaps wanting to impress this beautiful woman, rolled it away by himself. Then Genesis 29:11 says, "Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. His tears flowed freely, tears of relief at finding his family, tears of emotion at this divine meeting, tears of hope for a new beginning." Rachel ran home to tell her father that Jacob, her cousin, had arrived. When Laban heard the news about his sister's son, he hurried out to meet Jacob. Genesis 29:13, 2-14 describes their reunion. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home, and there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You are my own flesh and blood." Jacob stayed with Laban, and after he had been there about a month, something important is revealed to us in Genesis 29 to 16 to 17. Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel had a lovely figure and was beautiful. This is where we first meet Leah. She was the older sister, but the text gives us a curious detail about her eyes. They were weak or tender, depending on the translation. Some scholars believe this meant they lacked sparkle or brightness. Others think it simply means they were soft or gentle. Whatever it meant, the contrast is immediate and striking. The text doesn't tell us Leah was beautiful. It doesn't give us any positive description of her at all. It only mentions this one feature about her eyes, and then immediately turns to describe Rachel as having a lovely figure and being beautiful. In that ancient culture, this comparison mattered deeply. Rachel was the beauty. Rachel was the one who caught attention, and Leah was simply the older sister, the one mentioned first only because of birth order, not because of desirability. Jacob had fallen in love with Rachel. There was no question about it, no doubt in his mind. He wanted her to be his wife. But Jacob had a problem. He had arrived in Haran with nothing. He was a fugitive, fleeing from his brother's rage, and he had no wealth to offer as a bride price. In that culture, a man was expected to pay the bride's father a substantial amount, either in money or livestock or service, to compensate the family for losing a daughter. Genesis 29:18 tells us what Jacob proposed. Jacob was in love with Rachel and said, "I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter, Rachel." 7 years of labor, 7 years of his life, 7 years of serving his uncle, all for the chance to marry the woman he loved. This wasn't a small commitment. 7 years was a significant portion of a man's life, especially in a time when life expectancy was much shorter than it is today. Laban's response came quickly. Genesis 29:19 records his words. Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than to some other man. Stay here with me." On the surface, this seems like a reasonable agreement. Laban gets 7 years of free labor from a strong, capable young man. Jacob gets the wife he desires. Everyone wins, right? But notice something in Laban's words. He says it's better to give Rachel to Jacob than to some other man. He doesn't mention Leah at all. There's no discussion of the older daughter needing to be married first. There's no warning, no hint of the cultural tradition that Laban would later claim. He simply agrees to the deal, and Jacob begins his 7 years of service. Now comes one of the most beautiful verses in this entire story. Genesis 29:20 says, "So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her." Think about that for a moment. 7 years, 2,555 days. But to Jacob, they flew by like a handful of days, because every morning he woke up knowing he was one day closer to marrying Rachel. Every evening he went to sleep, knowing he was serving for the woman he loved. He saw her regularly during those years. She was right there, probably watching him work, talking with him, existing in the same household. His love didn't fade with time or familiarity. If anything, it grew stronger. Those 7 years of anticipation, of working and waiting, of building a future in his mind with Rachel, they only deepened his commitment to her. During all this time, Leah was there too. She watched Jacob work 7 years for her younger sister. She saw the way he looked at Rachel, the way his face lit up when Rachel appeared, the way he pushed through exhaustion and difficulty because of his love for her sister. Leah witnessed a devotion she had never inspired in anyone. She was the older daughter, the one who by rights should have been married first, but no man had offered 7 years of service for her. No man had looked at her the way Jacob looked at Rachel. 7 years finally came to an end. Jacob had fulfilled his agreement to the letter. He had worked faithfully, served diligently, and now the time had come to claim his bride. Genesis 29:21 records Jacob's words to Laban. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to make love to her." There's an urgency in Jacob's words, an impatience that's completely understandable. He had waited 7 years for this moment. He wasn't asking anymore. He was telling Laban that the agreement was fulfilled, and it was time to complete the transaction. The phrase, "my wife," shows that in Jacob's mind, Rachel was already his. The 7 years had been the bride price, and now he wanted what was rightfully his. Laban agreed. Genesis 29:22 tells us, "So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast." This wasn't going to be a quiet, simple ceremony. Laban organized a full wedding celebration, inviting everyone from the surrounding area. In that culture, weddings were major community events that lasted for days, usually a full week. There would be music, dancing, abundant food, and plenty of wine. The feast began with great celebration. Jacob was finally going to marry the woman he had worked 7 years to win. The community gathered to witness this union, to celebrate with Laban's family, to eat and drink and make merry. As the day turned to evening, the festivities continued. Wine flowed freely, as was customary at such celebrations. The atmosphere was joyful, expectant, celebratory. But something was happening behind the scenes that Jacob knew nothing about. While the feast continued, while Jacob celebrated with the guests, Laban was preparing to execute a deception. The bride was being prepared, but not the bride Jacob expected. Somewhere in Laban's household, Leah was being dressed in wedding garments, her face being covered with the traditional veils that would hide her identity. The wedding customs of that time and place worked in Laban's favor. The bride would be heavily veiled, her face completely covered. This wasn't unusual, it was expected. The veil symbolized modesty and purity, and the bride would remain veiled until after the marriage was consummated. In the darkness of the wedding tent, with the bride's face covered, it would be nearly impossible to tell one sister from another, especially if the groom had been drinking wine throughout the feast. As night fell, the moment approached. The wedding tent had been prepared. It was time for the groom to receive his bride and for the marriage to be consummated. This was the crucial moment, the culmination of 7 years of waiting, the fulfillment of Jacob's dreams and hopes. The moment came for the bride to be brought to Jacob. Genesis 29:23 records what happened with stark simplicity. But when evening came, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and Jacob made love to her. Notice who performed the action here. Laban took Leah and brought her to Jacob. Leah didn't go on her own. Her father brought her, placed her in that tent, sent her in to deceive the man who had worked 7 years for her sister. Laban was the architect of this entire deception, the one who orchestrated every detail. But Leah was not innocent in this. She went along with it. She entered that tent knowing full well that Jacob thought she was Rachel. She allowed him to make love to her while he believed she was someone else. She participated in a fraud that would define the rest of her life and shape the future of an entire nation. What was going through Leah's mind as she walked toward that tent? Did she hesitate at the entrance, knowing what she was about to do? Did she feel guilty about deceiving Jacob? Did she resent her father for putting her in this position? Or did she feel a desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, once the deception was revealed, Jacob might come to love her anyway? Perhaps Leah convinced herself that she had no choice. Her father commanded it, and in that culture, daughters obeyed their fathers absolutely. Maybe she told herself that she deserved to be married, that as the older sister it was her right to wed before Rachel. Maybe she felt jealous of her younger sister, tired of watching Jacob's devotion to Rachel, while she herself remained unmarried and unwanted. Or perhaps Leah saw this as her only chance at marriage. She was getting older, and no man had asked for her hand. No one had offered to work 7 years for her. This might be her only opportunity to have a husband, to have children, to have the life that every woman in her culture was expected to have. Even if that husband didn't love her, even if she had to trick him to get him, even if she would always know that he had wanted someone else, maybe that was better than remaining unmarried forever. The text also mentions that Laban gave his servant Zilpah to Leah as her attendant, according to Genesis 29:24. This was standard practice. A bride would receive a maidservant from her father's house, but it's mentioned here to show that Laban was fully committed to this deception. He wasn't just sending Leah into the tent and hoping for the best. He was treating this as a legitimate wedding, giving Leah the same gifts and preparations that Rachel would have received. Inside the tent, in the darkness, Jacob consummated the marriage with the woman he believed to be Rachel. The bride was veiled. The tent was dark. Perhaps Jacob had drunk enough wine during the feast that his senses were dulled. Whatever the reason, he didn't realize the deception. He made love to Leah thinking she was Rachel, completing the marriage act that would make them husband and wife according to the law. Leah lay there in the darkness, knowing the truth that Jacob didn't know. Every touch, every word of love he spoke was meant for her sister. She was experiencing her wedding night, but it wasn't really hers. She was a substitute, a replacement, living out what should have been Rachel's moment. Dawn broke over Haran, and with it came the moment of terrible truth. Genesis 29:25 describes what happened with devastating simplicity. When morning came, there was Leah. Imagine Jacob waking up in the early morning light. He turns to look at his bride, probably with anticipation and joy, ready to finally see Rachel's face unveiled. But the face he sees isn't Rachel's. It's Leah's, the older sister. The one with the weak eyes, the one he never asked for, never wanted, never agreed to marry. The text gives us Jacob's immediate reaction in the same verse. So Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" The questions pour out of Jacob one after another, each one dripping with betrayal and rage. What have you done? Didn't I work for Rachel? Why did you deceive me? Notice the word Jacob uses, deceived. It's the same word that could describe what Jacob himself had done to his father Isaac when he stole Esau's blessing. Jacob had covered himself with goatskins to make his father think he was his brother. He had lied and tricked and deceived to get what he wanted. And now he had been deceived in return, tricked in the darkness, given the wrong person through a carefully planned deception. The text doesn't tell us how Leah reacted to Jacob's discovery. We don't hear her voice at all in this moment. Did she try to speak? Did she attempt to explain or defend herself? Did she cower in shame as Jacob's anger exploded? Or did she simply remain silent, knowing that nothing she could say would change the fact that her husband was furious to find himself married to her? Jacob didn't waste time talking to Leah. He went straight to Laban, demanding an explanation. His anger was directed at his father-in-law, the man who had orchestrated this entire fraud. Jacob had served faithfully for 7 years. He had held up his end of the bargain completely, and Laban had betrayed him, switching the daughters at the last moment. But think about what this meant for Leah. She was lying in that tent, newly married, and her husband had just stormed out to confront her father about how terrible it was to be married to her. She could probably hear the anger in Jacob's voice. She could hear him demanding to know why he had been deceived. Every word was a confirmation that she was unwanted, that her husband was horrified to find himself bound to her. This was Leah's wedding morning. This was supposed to be the beginning of her happily ever after. Instead, it was the beginning of a lifetime of knowing she was second choice, unwanted, a wife that her husband never asked for and didn't want. Laban had an answer ready for Jacob's accusations. Genesis 29:26 records his response. Laban replied, It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. He spoke of custom, of tradition, of the way things were done in their land. The older daughter must be married first. That was the rule, and Laban was simply following it. But this explanation was deeply dishonest, even if the custom itself was real. Think about the timeline. 7 years earlier, when Jacob first proposed to work for Rachel, Laban had said nothing about this custom. He had agreed immediately to the arrangement. He had accepted Jacob's 7 years of service specifically for Rachel, the younger daughter.
One by one. The live started off with some updates to Bedrock Minecraft, introducing parties, a new feature that will allow you and your group of friends to jump between vanilla worlds, realms and all other kinds of fun with a single click. The next segment went over the new Tiny Takeover update, finally also giving us the official date for it, 24th of March, so just in a couple of days. Developers also talked about their experience on working on the new update. One of the more interesting parts of this was how they showed the sound recording process for the mobs. I had no idea they were actually real recordings of animal sounds. The origin story of the golden dandelion was also pretty interesting. While creating the new baby mobs, the developers actually had an issue with the mobs constantly growing up. Community liked the idea to add the feature where you can stop the growth of baby animal, and that's how the golden dandelion was born. Going forward, we also got some new updates on real-world Minecraft experiences. Minecraft Experience Villager Rescue got 4 new cities announced, and also a brand new Minecraft experience was revealed, called Moonlight Trail. This is a brand new outdoor nighttime adventure where your quest is to find and restore an ancient beacon that will light up the night. The new experience will be located in Buenos Aires and later also coming to other cities around the world. Considering the Villager Rescue has an exclusive cape, does this mean that the Moonlight Trail will also get its own cape? I guess we will see. But that's not even close to everything. A brand new Minecraft theme park also got announced, located in Cheshington, UK. In this theme park you will be able to meet Minecraft mobs, explore the world's largest Minecraft shop, and also experience some epic attractions, including the first ever Minecraft roller coaster. Minecraft creators have also been directly involved in designing to ensure the park feels exactly like Minecraft. This seems to be a huge project with tons of stuff to do and experience. I can't wait to see the finished product. Development of the park is already ongoing and it's scheduled to be open in 2027. I will also leave an article in the description if you want to read more about it. After all the news about real-life Minecraft experiences, we finally got our hands on the brand new summer drop called Chaos Cubed. This update will introduce a brand new biome and a new mob as well. But let's start with the biome first. This time Mojang is heading underground with a completely new cave type called the Sulfur Caves. This biome looks very different from anything we have seen before. It's incredibly vibrant, filled with yellow and red blocks that make it stand out instantly. There really isn't anything like this underground currently. The yellow blocks are called sulfur, and the red ones are cinnabar, and combined, these new blocks give the cave a unique, never seen before look. What's really nice is that both of these blocks come with a full block set right from the start, including polished, brick and chiseled variants, which is something a lot of older stone type blocks are still missing. So it's really nice to see Mojang doing this properly from the start. Inside the new sulfur caves you will also find these strange bubbling pools. At first they might look harmless, but those bubbles are actually toxic gases. If you step into the pool and get hit by the fumes, you will receive the nausea effect, making it pretty disorienting. These bubbles are caused by a brand new block called potent sulfur, which reacts with the water and creates these gases. You can actually pick up this new block and place it anywhere, and once you do it, it will start producing those same gassy bubbles again. Just make sure to place it underwater, otherwise it will act like a regular block. And that's all we know about the new cave so far. Personally, I really like it. It's great to see Mojang expanding underground with a brand new biome. And I'm especially hoping that the new block sulfur and the cinnabar will get even more uses in the future snapshots. But that's not all. Mojang also introduced a brand new mob called the Sulfur Cube. This mob spawns in the new sulfur caves, and at first it looks a lot like a slime, but it actually behaves very differently. First of all, it's completely passive, so you don't need to worry about it attacking you. When you try to kill a sulfur cube, it splits into smaller versions, just like slimes. But here is the twist: instead of staying small, these mini cubes actually grow back into full sized, which is how you breed them basically. Now this is where things are getting really interesting. You can drop an item or right click on the sulfur cube with a block, and it will actually absorb the block inside itself. Once it has the block inside, its behavior changes completely. Now when you hit the sulfur cube, it no longer takes damage. Instead it gets launched around. The bounce depends on what block you have placed inside it. Using an ice block will make the mob slide all over the place, like an ice cube would. Or using an iron block, it will make it heavier and much harder to move around. Even your hit strength matters. If you punch it with your hand, it barely moves. But if you hit it with an axe, it flies much further. So instead of dealing damage, your hits are converted into momentum, based on how much damage the hit would do. You can also use shears to remove the block from the sulfur cube, turning it back to normal, or you can just swap it out for a different block and completely change how it behaves. During Minecraft Live, Mojang actually showed off the main idea behind the sulfur cube, and it's all about creating minigames. They demonstrated a bunch of different concepts like racing through caves, playing football and other creative challenges. So it's pretty clear that the real purpose of this mob is to give players a new way to express themselves. And in that sense I think it succeeded. It feels like a very multiplayer focused feature, and luckily I happen to know just the right place to help with that. Voice hosting, the perfect place to host when. The most exciting part for me is definitely the new underground biome, using them that often. And honestly, I kind of miss the big up.
Culture shocks your first time in Azerbaijan. 1. The ground is literally on fire. Azerbaijan isn't called the land of fire for nothing. Near Baku, there's a hillside called Yanardeg, where flames come straight out of the ground. Natural gas leaks through the soil, and the hillside within minutes. Some people even sip tea while holding a small piece of sugar in their mouth, instead of putting sugar in the glass. 3. A Muslim country full of bars. Many travelers expect strict religious rules. Then they walk through Baku and see wine bars and pubs all over the city. Azerbaijan is culturally Muslim, but surprisingly secular in everyday life. 4. Weddings are massive. A normal wedding can have 300 to 500 guests.
If you're not ready, that's okay. I'm here for you, not your body.
This is how men act before you start dating them.
Please let me hit, please! What's the point of dating if you're not gonna let me crack?
And this is how men act after you start dating them.
I'm so sorry about your period cramps. Tommy, leave my girlfriend alone. Oh, your tummy hurts?
Well, so does mine, because you won't make me a fucking sandwich.
Would you rather kiss your girlfriend for free or the prettiest girl in the world for $1,000?
My girlfriend is the prettiest girl in the world.
Fuck Sydney Sweeney, marry Tate McRae, and kill this bitch.
Would you still love me if I was a worm?
I love when you ask questions like this.
Do you think aliens are real?
Stop asking me stupid fucking questions we all already know the answer to.
You look beautiful in that dress.
You look like a hua in that dress.
What should we name our first child? I say Amelia.
If you don't take this plan B, you better plan to be a single mom. I'm not ready. I will leave.
No, don't be scared, honey. Aliens aren't real.
You know, it's pretty crazy that in the last 11 months, aliens have completely taken over the Earth. But hey, all hail Supreme Chancellor Gorbulon!
If you're not ready, that's okay. I'm here for you, not your body.
This is how men act before you start dating them.
Please let me hit, please! What's the point of dating if you're not gonna let me crack?
This is how men act after you start dating them.
I'm so sorry about your period cramps. Tummy, leave my girlfriend alone. Oh, your tummy hurts?
Well, so does mine, because you won't make me a fucking sandwich.
Would you rather kiss your girlfriend for free or the prettiest girl in the world for $1,000?
My girlfriend is the prettiest girl in the world.
Fuck Sydney Sweeney, marry Tate McRae, and kill this bitch.
Would you still love me if I was a worm?
I love when you ask questions like this.
Do you think
What do you know the answer to?
You look beautiful in that dress.
You look like a hua in that dress.
What should we name our first child? I say Amelia.
If you don't take this plan B, you better plan to be a single mom. I'm not ready. I will leave.
No, don't be scared, honey. Aliens aren't real.
You know, it's pretty crazy that in the last 11 months, aliens have completely taken over the Earth. But hey, all hail Supreme Chancellor Gorbulon!
For 7 entire years, as Jacob worked and waited and anticipated marrying Rachel, Laban never once mentioned that there might be a problem, that his older daughter would need to marry first. If this custom was truly so important, why didn't Laban mention it at the beginning? He could have told Jacob, "You can marry Rachel, but first Leah must be wed." He could have proposed that Jacob work for both daughters from the start. He could have been honest about the
Ultimate tree district in Minecraft Hardcore. All trees and mushroom.
A year ago, I said this. Maybe I need a really nice tree farm area soon with a bunch of Omega-powered tree farms. Collecting anything but dark oak logs has been a huge problem in this world for over a year, and that ends today. So I went into creative and worked for hours to put together this tree and then over the course of a couple of live streams, I collected all the materials and started this main platform. This is where we'll pick it up today. This top platform will be a walkway between each farm, and I've aligned the entrances to this level. The lower level, where all the materials currently sit, will be where the shulker loaders are, although main storage will still be up on the top so it's easily accessible after running the farms. The first part of the build was to create the 48 shulker loaders, each being 6 times normal hopper speed. If that sounds like a lot, it's because it is. We're getting a ton of unique items out of this farm complex, not only every log type that you can get, but every sapling, the 2 nether fungis, all 3 mushroom blocks plus the red and brown mushrooms, cobblestone, warped and crimson wart, flowering and regular azalea, and things like mangrove for 3 of the low. I want to believe it. On top, I was done with shulker loaders for both the main system and the bone meal farm that will power the whole system. I love how it's coming along even though we haven't really started a single farm yet. At the end of day 1, a viewer wanted to see my pillager dance party, and then this happened. Whoa! Yeah, so after 3,800 days in the world, I've finally popped my first totem. Of course it was doing something dumb. Our first farm is a small but very fast propagule farm by Coffeecraft. As always, all links will be in the description for everything I make here today. And in total, I'll put 10 tree and mushroom farms plus the bone meal farm here. There's a lot to do, let's keep moving. This farm makes nearly 20,000 propagules per hour, which will function as the saplings for our mangrove tree farm later. My plan is to start with some of the easiest farms in the bone meal farm before moving into the 3 really challenging farms later. In this farm, the mangrove leaves in the area just below get bone mealed constantly, growing and then harvesting a propagule quickly while the piston breaks it off to allow the next one to grow. There are multiple bone meal inputs on this farm, and one day I'd love to fix that, but today definitely isn't that day. Let's give this one more run for now. That seems to be working. Collection's a bit wonky, but I'll fix that later. I think it makes sense to focus on bone meal next, as every farm in the complex will require a ton of bone meal.
Okay, the 4 times the one that I made.
Farm is the Chromos by Hexatron. It's something I've used before. I'm doing a 4 wide by 4 long, and I'll go as high as it makes sense. The initial plan was for 10 layers, but I don't think we'll go that high to start with. If I need more later, we can always come back and keep adding layers, but a 4 wide, 4 long, 5 high produces 160,000 bone meal per hour. Maybe that's enough. I know this farm intimidates a lot of the less technical players, and while you definitely need to be careful not to fly away and unload it, the actual build isn't that bad. You're basically creating some stone generators, a dispenser that can bone meal a moss block below each one, and a way to break each layer when the moss is formed. Not to sound too much like mumbo jumbo, but it's actually quite simple, really. With the first layer almost done and ready to test, I filled up the filters for storage. I don't want to turn this on and end up with a few moss carpets and wheat seeds in here. And after quickly building the second layer as well, let's see how it works. Bone meal is coming up the bubble elevator, over the ice and into the loaders. I've added enough storage here to handle 10 or even 12 layers, so I know this will be more than fine for now. And at 64,000 bone meal per hour, 2 layers only requires about 100 seconds to fill up our very first shulker. But if you know me, you know I'm not stopping at 2. After finishing layer 3, I ran the farm again, but this time for a few minutes longer. I ended up with another 7 shulkers of bone meal in just under 7 minutes. What's that thing I say? Oh, that's right. If some is good, more must be better.
Oh. Okay. You have built more than 3 layers, dude.
Now we're talking. This thing is now making 160,000 bone meal per hour. That's 92 shulkers of bone meal every hour this runs. That means there are 25 new shulkers of bone meal, and it took just under 17 minutes to get that. I've been bone meal poor for this entire world. The wood skeleton farm doesn't do enough, the small bone meal farm we had doesn't do enough, and the other resources we've had have never given us enough. Finally having enough is such a relief. Let's watch the bone meal come in for a minute. This is real time, by the way. That is so much bone meal coming in. I couldn't be happier. Alright, let's keep moving on this. And yes, water spilled out of the Chromos. It's fine, I'll fix it later. The next easiest farm to get done is a relocation. I need a way to get red and brown mushrooms, so I've chosen to build ENXO4's Universal Tree Farm, but only for mushrooms. The mushrooms will power my red and brown mushroom block farms that I'll build soon. And yes, I know I already have this farm in the world, but I want it here, so I took the time to rebuild it. It's not a complicated build, and honestly, it looks so much better than at its old home on the Mushroom Island. Okay, let's confirm that's working. We should see one TNT explode higher and then another lower. That's the lower, and then that's the higher, the lower, the higher again, and the lower. Yep, looks like that's working. Instead of the usual storage here, I've wired in a dropper system that spits out everything into the main storage. It's only on while the farm is running, so I don't have to listen to the constantly repeating observer ticks. And I guess it also reduces lag a little bit. When I turn it off, the observers disengage and the farm turns off fully. The Propagula farm will power the mangrove farm, the mushroom farm will power 2 of our mushroom block farms, and our next project, the nether fungi farm, will power the nether tree farm. This fungi farm is by Collier and produces over 132,000 total items, although I'm deleting quite a lot of that and keeping only about the 18,000 per hour fungi. This is split into 9,000 of both warped and crimson. These rails are my favorite part. Enjoy the torture that Collier put me through here. You can almost see the steam coming out of my ears while I try and figure out how to turn rails that don't actually connect to anything. I'm only messing around. Even though these rails made my brain go burr for a second, they're not really that bad, and we got there kind of quickly. I actually love the cart eating on this. You could do the same setup on a flower farm, and it would be just as awesome with wheat seeds being your main drop, but the rest depending on where you put this in the world. And after adding some bone meal, we can test the system out. The top works exactly as you'd expect, and then 3 carts will collect all of the drops. Those get yeeted into the water system below, and then the shulker loaders I set up earlier can collect the fungi and burn the rest of the plants. At the moment I don't have those filters set up, so it's all blocked off though while we test. Oh, can you tell which day I'm recording this on? I was so confused by my particles that I thought I had a texture pack on. What? No, wait. Is that just vanilla tweaks? I can reload the texture pack, I guess. What? That's so weird. What? Nah, it turns out it's fine. It was April Fool's, and that's what happens with vanilla tweaks, I guess. Anyways, it's fine. I filled the fungi farm with bone meal, and then Ian's mushroom farm as well. And now you know why we built the bone meal farm early in the episode. We're quickly making great progress through the easy stuff. Propagula farm, mushroom farm, fungi farm, and bone meal farm plus storage all built now. Our next project is the brown mushroom block farm. And this farm is one I first saw Grian use on Hermitcraft. Now normally I don't look to Grian for my technical farm needs, but in this case the designer Jurassics has made Grian a really nice farm that does exactly what it says on the tin. This is the improved version and there aren't a lot of great brown mushroom block farms. I was very glad just to have this one. And I know this is a tree farm complex and brown mushrooms aren't really trees, but since I get my red and brown mushrooms from Ian's tree farm, it did feel like the right place in the world to put this and the red block farm. In its default form, this farm accepts bone blocks and then auto-crafts them back to bone meal. Since I shulker load bone meal here, I'll probably convert this back over later, but to get started it was simpler for me just to keep it in bone block form. Now I just need a few brown mushrooms to test it, and I learned a very valuable lesson here today. This farm didn't work right away. Alright, let's give this a test, see how we go. That's growing, and... why am I not moving? So I looked, I restarted it minus any mushroom blocks, I tried more than a few solutions to fix the farm. I checked the schematic, which verified and looked perfect, yet it wouldn't work. So I cleared it out, and let's try it again. Still nothing. A little bit of frustration later. Still nothing. Do you see the chest above the cart? It needs basically one of any item inside. I completely blew past this while building, and Litematica doesn't show container contents unless you purposely look. Always look. Now it works perfectly. Cart sends me off, I can harvest the brown mushroom block with my Silk Touch axe, then I can go back and do it all again. It's not the most automated farm in the world, but that's fine. It does what I need it to do. One item. Any item. Alright, in between farms I'm often taking the time to run the bone meal farm, stock up on shulkers, and refill farms after running them. And if I know any one thing, it's that you can never have enough bone meal. Bamboo is a very simple but useful wood farm. The modified version of this farm is by ComView. Yeah, it's done, and you can see I've built 4 bone meal shulker unloads in the water stream. Follows all the way around here and down to where storage is still blocked off in bamboo per hour, which should be more than plenty. Blah blah blah, Rad, lots of talking. Let's do a quick cut for this farm then. It's actually a from stem from against the line of sight. This farm by per hour. Right click be fine. Dispensed up to me from below, and I'm harvesting it all with my axe. The hoppers will then collect the drops and fire them into our main water stream. As always, they end up here at this blocked off section. Just that little test was almost a full stack of mushroom stem already. Onto the Pale and Dark Oak farm. If you know my world, you know that I already have a 100,000 per hour Dark Oak farm in this world. So yes, I'm building another, and yes, it's slower. You may wonder why I'm bothering. But here's what I think. My Dark Oak farm is a challenging build, and I haven't released a schematic or tutorial publicly, so there's just no way to get it. The one I'm building now is by Big Booty 17 and Scorpio, and it has a public schematic. I think it's easier to change the filter from Dark Oak to Pale Oak on this one as well. So yes, I have an even better Dark Oak farm, and sometimes when I'm at the Mushroom Island, I'll probably just use that. But this is a really nice farm to have, easy to use, and convenient to where my main bone meal supply actually is. This also has a much better bone meal supply chain, again with the unloaders here on the side and a dropper line. Like some of our other farms today, this will accept a huge amount of bone meal at once. I can basically add about 180 shulkers of bone meal to this. As always, let's give it a quick test to ensure I haven't broken anything and won't blow it all up the first time I try and run it. Oh yeah, and I don't know what happened to in-game sounds today, OBS being OBS. I think it just said, too tired. Okay, that's not blowing everything up at all. Excellent. So, we're officially out of easy farms to build. What do I do now? Mangrove is the next farm on the list, but to run and test it I'll need a lot more propagules, so I'll run this farm a bit while I build. A few shulkers will get me started, but this farm probably holds the most bone meal and saplings of any farm that I'll build today. 6 of these unloaders are for bone meal and 2 are for propagules. In total it holds over 300 shulkers of bone meal and 100 shulkers of propagules, and no, I'm not filling it completely today. The lower half is looking pretty good here. This is definitely the trickiest build so far, but most of the hard work is now done. The shulker unloading and return system is all built and seems right. The minecart that's embedded in the podzol where you place the sapling is sensitive, and a lot of the mechanical bits are here in the bottom. The dispenser will give me new propagules while I'm inside, and even though it does seem to waste some, that's why we built a farm for it. There's a bit left to go, but yeah, this one's getting closer. All I have left is this roof now. A year ago I said I needed this complex specifically for mangrove wood because it's so terrible to get otherwise. And now with just a few more of these deep slate tile slabs, we'll finally have one. This farm is by Quansfang, a Chinese redstone designer, and it makes 62,000 mangrove logs and 61,000 mangrove roots per hour, plus almost 20,000 cobblestone. 62,000 mangrove logs per hour. I never want to lose this world. I need to get more bone meal, and I've already brought a lot of chests and shulker shells to make sure I don't run out, as I've used a lot already. Before today's out, I'll have used every single shulker shell and chest that I brought too. I've added some temporary bulk storage here for bone meal. I've earned this for about 1.5 hours while cleaning up and finishing the mangrove farm, and now have just over 100 shulkers of bone meal in storage. I moved some of that up to the farm as well, and it's already well stocked. We have about 10 shulkers of propagules loaded in as well, and I've spent some time moving the build shulkers up to the top glass floor so the materials are more accessible for our last 2 farms. They're more difficult, so anything I can do to ease that pain is going to be very worthwhile. Okay, I've obviously been putting these 2 farms off for the entire video. The Nether Tree Farm and the Universal Tree Farm are by far the 2 most difficult to build. That's all we have left, so let's start with the Nether Tree Farm. Okay, yeah, this is something. I'm making progress, but it's a bit slow. The dupers on this, I didn't mean to end up in the blast chamber. Yeah, this farm's a bit more complex than anything else here so far. There are 4 dupers, 2 blast chambers, a Nylium switcher so I can run both tree types, and some fairly complicated until you understand it redstone clocks that require locking repeaters and placing things in a specific order. The dupers and pushers help the TNT timing, which is very fast and very specific because the wood on this farm comes in very fast. The entrance here still needs a door and a bit of work, but there are no blocks to swap the Nylium that's running a bit of an interesting circuit, and there's the block swapper down there. I'm about halfway done with this one, but I'm already mentally drained. I may have to come back and finish this one up tomorrow. Okay, let's talk about it. The farm is done. This is Krebs Nether Tree Farm, and it produces, by far, the most wood of any farm in the tree complex. 120,000 warped or crimson stems per hour, along with 147,000 warp blocks, almost 12,000 shroom lights, and nearly 10,000 cobblestone, for a total of almost 300,000 items per hour. I've gone home to the Mushroom Island to grab the fungi that I had left there. I'll fill these 2 shulkers up and then we can go test the Nether Tree Farm. Oh man, this farm actually worries me. It's very complicated for my smooth brain, and even though I understand what it's doing and how, I still have to hope I haven't missed anything. Once the door opens, we can enter. Alright, now if I aim this below this dispenser and hold right click. There we go. Okay, I only ran this farm for a little while, the shortest possible time, and ended up with over 8 stacks of warped logs. Let's try Crimson. Okay, let's see. Oh god. Let's see what's down here. This is...
Okay. We are done with collecting 2 resources. Let's see, maybe 3. I think that's all the glass needed. That's all the hoppers needed. Tuk 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 tuk. Tuk 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 tuk. Yeah, this. We don't have enough hoppers. Enough concrete, right? concrete enough है अपने पास. Can't have lacking. We can't be, we shouldn't be lacking in iron. We have a farm for it. Hey, how about I make a shulker box filler over here? That would make the storage infinitely better. Okay, now we have enough for first 3 items. I was in a thought process के we only require 1.5 shulkers.
This is a lot. It seems I got 18 stacks of crimson, 1.5 stacks of shroom lights, and a lot of warp blocks in just a few minutes. I would say that's working, which leaves us with this one. The most technical and complex of all the tree farms today is Plexi's Universal Tree Farm. This will make me anywhere from 60,000 birch logs to 80,000 jungle logs, as well as oak, acacia, spruce, and cherry. I can put it off no longer.
The situation, but he wasn't. He kept silent for 7 years, allowing Jacob to work and plan and dream about marrying Rachel, all while knowing that he intended to deceive him. This tells us something important about Laban's character. He was a manipulator, a schemer, someone who used people for his own benefit. He had gotten 7 years of free labor from Jacob, and now he was about to get 7 more. He had managed to marry off his older daughter, the one who apparently no one else wanted, by tricking a man into marrying her. And he was justifying it all with an appeal to custom and tradition. But notice something else in Laban's words. He says, "It is not our custom here to marry the younger before the older." He's emphasizing that this is a local custom, something specific to their region. This implies that Jacob, coming from Canaan, wouldn't have known about this tradition. Laban is essentially saying, this is how we do things here, and you should have known that. But how could Jacob have known if Laban never told him? This is classic manipulation, creating an obligation that was never clearly communicated, then acting as if the other person was foolish for not understanding it. Laban was making Jacob feel like he was the one who misunderstood, when in reality, Laban had deliberately withheld crucial information. For Leah, hearing her father defend his actions this way must have been complicated. On one hand, he was standing up for her right to be married first as the older daughter. He was insisting that she deserved to be wed before her younger sister. But on the other hand, he was admitting that he had to trick someone into marrying her. He couldn't find a man who wanted Leah for herself, so he had to deceive Jacob into taking her. Laban wasn't finished talking. He had a solution to offer, a way to make this situation work for everyone, or at least a way that benefited him most of all. Genesis 29:27 records his proposal. "Finish this daughter's bridal week, then we will give you the younger one also in return for another 7 years of work." The bridal week was another cultural custom. After the wedding night, there would be 7 days of celebration focusing on the new couple. It was a week-long festival in their honor, with continued feasting and celebration. Laban was telling Jacob that he needed to complete this week with Leah before he could have Rachel. He couldn't just abandon Leah immediately and take Rachel instead. He had to honor the week of celebration with his new wife. This was essentially asking Jacob to pretend for 7 days, to act like a happy bridegroom, to celebrate a marriage he never wanted. To spend a week with a woman he had never intended to marry, all while the woman he actually loved waited for her turn. But Laban's proposal also included the solution Jacob desperately wanted. He could have Rachel too. Not instead of Leah, but in addition to Leah. He would have both sisters as wives. This was acceptable in that culture, though it often led to conflict and heartache. A man could have multiple wives, especially if he could afford to support them. The catch was the price. Another 7 years of work. Jacob had already given 7 years for Rachel, but because of Laban's deception, that service had purchased him Leah instead. Now Laban was asking for another 7 years if Jacob wanted Rachel. In total, Jacob would work 14 years. and only then would he have the wife he originally wanted. This was an outrageous proposal when you think about it. Laban was asking Jacob to pay double for what he had originally agreed to, and it was entirely because of Laban's own deception. Jacob had fulfilled his part of the bargain honestly. He had worked the full 7 years. It was Laban who had cheated, Laban who had broken the agreement, and yet somehow Jacob was the one being asked to pay more. But what choice did Jacob have? He was already married to Leah. That couldn't be undone. The marriage had been consummated, making it legally binding. He couldn't just leave her or send her away without serious consequences. And he still wanted Rachel desperately. He had wanted her for 7 years, and one night of deception hadn't changed his heart. Genesis 29:28 tells us Jacob's response, and Jacob did so. He finished the week with Leah, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Jacob agreed to Laban's terms. He completed the bridal week with Leah, going through the motions of celebration while his heart was elsewhere. And at the end of that week, he received Rachel as his second wife. The text also notes in Genesis 29:29 that Laban gave his servant Bilhah to Rachel as her attendant, just as he had given Zilpah to Leah. Both daughters received maidservants. Both were given as brides. Both became Jacob's wives. But the similarity ended there. The week with Leah ended, and Jacob received Rachel as his wife. Now he had both sisters in his household, both as his wives, both sharing the same husband, but they weren't sharing him equally. Genesis 29:30 makes this devastatingly clear. Jacob made love to Rachel also, and his love for Rachel was greater than his love for Leah, and he worked for Laban another 7 years. Notice the comparison. His love for Rachel was greater than his love for Leah. The text doesn't say he loved Rachel and not Leah. It doesn't say he hated Leah or despised her. It says his love for Rachel was greater. This implies there might have been some affection for Leah, or at least some acknowledgement of her as his wife. But it was nothing compared to what he felt for Rachel. Rachel was the one he had chosen. Rachel was the one he had seen at the well and immediately loved. Rachel was the one he had worked 7 years for, counting down the days until he could make her his wife. Rachel was the one who had captured his heart and never let go. And now that he finally had her, his devotion to her was obvious to everyone, including Leah. Imagine living as Leah in that household. Every day she would see how Jacob looked at Rachel. She would notice how his face lit up when Rachel entered the room. She would observe how he sought Rachel's company, how he chose to spend his time with her, how his affection and attention flowed naturally toward her younger sister. Leah was his wife first. She had slept with him first. She had gone through a wedding ceremony, even if it was based on deception. But none of that mattered because she wasn't the wife Jacob wanted. She was the wife he got stuck with, the obligation he had to fulfill, the price he had to pay to get the woman he really loved. The text tells us that Jacob worked another 7 years for Laban. This means that for the next 7 years, Jacob was serving to pay off his bride price for Rachel, the wife he actually wanted. Every day of work was for Rachel. Every bit of effort and labor was to fulfill his obligation for her. Leah had been free in a sense. Jacob had already worked 7 years before he got her, even though he didn't know it. But for Rachel, Jacob was willing to commit to 7 more years of service. This arrangement, 2 sisters married to one man, one loved and one unloved, set the stage for incredible pain and conflict. In the chapters that follow, we see the competition between Leah and Rachel, the desperate attempts to win Jacob's favor, the use of children as bargaining chips in their rivalry. But all of that began here, with this unequal love, with Jacob's clear preference for one wife over the other. Leah's marriage had begun with deception and continued with rejection. She was legally Jacob's wife. She shared his bed, his household, his life. but she didn't share his heart. That belonged entirely to Rachel, and everyone knew it. This was the reality Leah woke up to every single morning. She was married to a man who loved her sister more than he loved her. A man who had never wanted to marry her in the first place. A man who looked at her and saw his second choice. The 7-year clock started ticking again as Jacob began his second period of service to Laban. But this time, Jacob already had Rachel. The work wasn't building towards something he hoped to receive. It was paying off a debt for something he already possessed. And Leah was simply there, the unwanted wife in a household where love was distributed unevenly and affection was in short supply. Life in Jacob's household had settled into a painful pattern. Rachel had Jacob's heart completely, while Leah lived each day knowing she was the unwanted wife. But someone was watching this situation unfold. Someone who saw what was happening in that home. Someone who cared about the woman everyone else overlooked. Genesis 29:31 tells us something remarkable. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless, God saw. He noticed that Leah was unloved. The creator of the universe looked down at this family in Haran and observed the inequality, the rejection, the pain that Leah carried every single day. And he decided to do something about it. The Hebrew word used here is strong. It can be translated as hated rather than just not loved. This doesn't necessarily mean Jacob actively hated Leah with malice, but rather that in comparison to his burning love for Rachel, his feelings for Leah were so much less that it felt like hatred. The contrast was that stark, that obvious, that painful. God's response was to open Leah's womb while keeping Rachel barren. This was a massive intervention in that culture and time. A woman's value was largely tied to her ability to bear children, especially sons. A barren woman was pitied, sometimes even despised. But a woman who could give her husband children, particularly male heirs, held an honored position in the household. God was giving Leah something Rachel didn't have. He was providing Leah with a way to matter in Jacob's eyes, a way to contribute to his household, a way to build her own worth and significance. Children would give Leah status, respect, and a permanent place in Jacob's life that couldn't be taken away. But there's something deeper happening here too. God wasn't just concerned with Leah's social standing or her position in the family hierarchy. He saw her emotional pain. He recognized her loneliness, her heartbreak, her daily reality of living with a man who wished she wasn't there. And in his compassion, he gave her what would become her comfort, her purpose, and her legacy. This divine intervention reveals something important about God's character. He sees the overlooked. He notices the rejected. He cares about the people who feel invisible and unloved. Leah might have been ignored by her husband and overshadowed by her sister, but she wasn't invisible to God. Leah became pregnant. For the first time in her marriage, something was happening that was entirely hers, something Rachel couldn't claim or share. A child was growing inside her, and that child would be Jacob's firstborn son. Genesis 29:32 describes what happened when she gave birth. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." The name Reuben comes from Hebrew words that sound like "he has seen" and "a son." Leah was declaring publicly for everyone to hear that God had seen her suffering. She wasn't hiding her pain anymore. She wasn't pretending that everything was fine in her marriage. She was acknowledging openly that she was miserable and that God had witnessed her misery and responded to it. But listen to the hope in her next words. "Surely my husband will love me now." She believed that this baby would change everything. She thought that giving Jacob a son, his firstborn son, would finally make him look at her with love. She imagined that he would see her differently now, that he would appreciate her, that he would maybe even grow to care for her the way he cared for Rachel. This hope shows us how desperately Leah wanted Jacob's love. It wasn't enough to be his wife. It wasn't enough to have legal status or social position. She wanted his heart. She wanted him to choose her, to desire her, to look at her the way he looked at Rachel. She thought a baby could accomplish what 7 years of marriage hadn't. It could make Jacob love her. Reuben's birth was significant for another reason too. As the firstborn son, he would normally receive a double portion of the inheritance and hold a special position in the family. This child made Leah the mother of Jacob's heir. That was no small thing. It gave her a status that even Rachel, the beloved wife, didn't have. But we need to understand what Leah was really saying with this name. When she said, "The Lord has seen my misery," she was acknowledging that her marriage was miserable. Being Jacob's wife, living in his household, sharing his bed, it was all misery to her because she didn't have his love. All the legal rights of marriage, all the physical intimacy, all the social respectability meant nothing if she couldn't have his heart. Time passed and Leah became pregnant again. She gave birth to a second son, and once more we hear her voice in the naming of her child. Genesis 29:33 records, "She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, 'Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too.' So she named him Simeon." The name Simeon comes from the Hebrew word for heard. Leah was saying that God had heard something. He had heard that she was unloved. Some translations say hated, which is the same strong word we saw before. Leah was being brutally honest about her situation. She wasn't softening it or making excuses. She was stating the plain truth. Her husband didn't love her. Notice that she says the Lord heard this. Heard from where? Heard from whom? Perhaps Leah had been praying, crying out to God about her situation. Maybe she had been pouring out her heart to him in the quiet moments, telling him about her pain, her loneliness, her desperate desire to be loved. And she believed that God had listened to those prayers and responded by giving her another son. But here's what's heartbreaking. Reuben hadn't changed Jacob's heart. The first son, the heir, the baby she thought would make Jacob love her, hadn't accomplished what she hoped. She was still unloved. She was still the wife Jacob didn't want. The birth of his firstborn son hadn't transformed their relationship. So now she had a second son, and she was essentially saying, well, the first one didn't make him love me, but maybe this one will help. She was still hoping, still believing that somehow, through these children, she could earn Jacob's affection. Think about what it means that God gave her this second son specifically because he heard she was unloved. God wasn't trying to fix the marriage by changing Jacob's heart directly. He wasn't making Jacob wake up one morning and suddenly love Leah. Instead, he was giving Leah comfort in the form of children. He was providing her with love and purpose and meaning through these babies, even if her husband couldn't give her those things. 2 sons now. 2 little boys who would grow up in a household where their mother was the unloved wife and their aunt was the favored one. 2 children who would witness the inequality, the pain, the complex family dynamics that would shape the rest of their lives. Leah's womb remained open while Rachel's stayed shut. She conceived a 3rd time, and when she gave birth to another son, her words revealed that she was still holding on to hope. Genesis 29:34 says, "Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, 'Now at last my husband will become attached to me because I have borne him 3 sons.' So he was named Levi. The name Levi means attached or joined. Leah was expressing a belief that surely now Jacob would become attached to her. 3 sons was significant wealth. 3 boys meant strength for the family, help with the flocks, future security. In that culture, a man with 3 sons was blessed indeed. Leah's words carry a tone of escalation. Now at last. The first son hadn't done it. The second son hadn't accomplished it. But 3 sons, that had to be enough. That had to make Jacob see her value, recognize her importance, feel connected to her in some way. She wanted him to become attached to her. She wasn't even asking for passionate love anymore. She just wanted connection, attachment, some kind of bond that would tie him to her. She wanted to matter to him beyond just being the mother of his children. She wanted him to feel linked to her, joined to her, unable to imagine his life without her in it. But notice what's missing from her statement this time. She doesn't mention God. When Reuben was born, she said the Lord had seen her misery. When Simeon was born, she said the Lord had heard she was unloved. But with Levi, she's focused entirely on what she hopes Jacob will do. She's looking horizontally at her husband rather than vertically at God. This shift suggests something about where Leah's hope was placed. Yes, she acknowledged that God had given her these children, but her ultimate goal was still to win Jacob's heart. The babies were means to an end. They were tools in her campaign to make her husband love her. 3 sons, and still the text never tells us that Jacob's feelings changed. We never read that he started loving Leah, or even that he became more attached to her. The sons were there, growing, living proof of Leah's fertility and Rachel's barrenness. But Jacob's heart remained fixed on Rachel. Something changed in Leah's heart by the time her 4th son arrived. Genesis 29:35 records a different kind of statement from her. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. The name Judah means praise. And for the first time in naming her children, Leah didn't mention Jacob at all. She didn't say, "Now my husband will love me," or "Now he will be attached to me." She simply said, "This time I will praise the Lord." This represents a major shift in Leah's perspective. After 3 sons and 3 disappointments, 3 times hoping that a baby would change Jacob's heart, and 3 times being wrong, she seemed to finally accept reality. Jacob wasn't going to love her the way she wanted. Children weren't going to fix her marriage. She was still the unloved wife, and that wasn't going to change. But instead of falling into despair, Leah turned her focus to God. She chose to praise him anyway. She chose to find her joy and satisfaction in the Lord rather than in her husband's affection. This wasn't resignation or defeat. It was a reorientation of her heart toward the one who had been seeing her, hearing her, and blessing her all along. God had opened her womb when Rachel's was closed. God had given her 4 sons when the beloved wife had none. God had provided her with status, security, and a legacy. And Leah finally decided to simply thank him for it without attaching conditions about what it might gain her in Jacob's eyes. The text tells us that after Judah was born, Leah stopped having children for a time. This pause in her childbearing would become significant later as the competition between the sisters would take new forms. But for now, Leah had 4 sons, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, and she had learned something crucial about where to place her hope. This 4th son, this child of praise rather than strategy, would become more significant than Leah could possibly know. Judah's line would produce kings. From Judah would come David, and from David's line would come the Messiah, the son Leah named in praise to God, without any mention of winning Jacob's love, would carry the most important legacy of all her children. While Leah was bearing children, Rachel's situation was becoming desperate. The beloved wife, the beautiful one, the woman Jacob had worked 14 years to marry, had one major problem. She couldn't get pregnant. Genesis 31 shows us her emotional state. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Rachel's words reveal the depth of her anguish. "Give me children or I'll die." She wasn't speaking literally, of course. She meant that life without children felt like death to her. She was withering emotionally, consumed with jealousy and grief over her barrenness. Every time Leah announced another pregnancy, every time another nephew was born, Rachel felt the knife twist deeper in her heart. Think about the irony of this situation. Rachel had everything Leah wanted, Jacob's complete love and devotion, but Leah had something Rachel desperately desired: children. Neither sister had it all. Each one possessed what the other craved. Jacob's response to Rachel wasn't gentle. Genesis 32 tells us, Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God, who has kept you from having children?" He was essentially telling her that reproduction wasn't in his control. He couldn't give her children. Only God could do that, and God was the one keeping her womb closed. His anger might seem harsh, but consider his perspective. He loved Rachel completely. He had given her everything he could give: his heart, his devotion, his preference in all things. But she was demanding the one thing he couldn't provide. He couldn't force her to conceive. He couldn't override God's will in this matter. So Rachel did what women in her position often did in that culture. Genesis 33:4 describes her solution. Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my servant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and I too can build a family through her." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her. This was the same strategy Sarah had used with Hagar centuries before, and it would create similar problems. Rachel was giving her maidservant to Jacob to produce children on her behalf. Any children born to Bilhah would legally be considered Rachel's children. It was an accepted practice, but it was also a recipe for heartache. Time moved forward, and one day during the wheat harvest, something happened that would reveal the deep tension between the sisters. Genesis 30:14-15 tells us, during wheat harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." The mandrakes were plants believed to enhance fertility. They were considered valuable, almost magical in their perceived power to help barren women conceive. Reuben, Leah's oldest son, had found some and brought them to his mother. But Rachel wanted them desperately. Leah's response was sharp and painful. The same verse continues, "But she said to her, 'Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?'" Listen to the accusation in Leah's words. "You took away my husband." From Leah's perspective, Jacob should have been hers. She was the firstborn. She was married to him first. But Rachel had stolen his heart, had monopolized his affection, had taken what Leah felt should have been her place in his life. This was the first time we hear Leah speak directly to Rachel in the biblical text, and her words are full of years of accumulated hurt and resentment. Every kind word Jacob spoke to Rachel, every moment of intimacy they shared, every display of preference, Leah had noticed it all, and it had built up inside her until it poured out in this bitter accusation. Rachel needed those mandrakes badly enough to make a deal. Genesis 30:15 records her offer. "Very well," Rachel said. "You can sleep with me tonight in return for your son's mandrakes." Think about what this exchange reveals. Rachel, the beloved wife, had such access to Jacob that she could bargain with nights spent with him. She could give Leah a night with their shared husband as if it were a commodity to trade. This shows us how completely Jacob's attention was focused on Rachel. His time, his presence, his intimacy, these were Rachel's to distribute. And Leah was willing to trade her son's mandrakes, these precious plants that might help with fertility, for just one night with her own husband. One night. That's how starved she was for his attention, how desperate for his presence. When evening came, the arrangement was put into action. Genesis 30:16 tells us what happened. So, when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You must sleep with me," she said. "I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he slept with her that night. The language here is striking. I have hired you. Leah had to hire her own husband. She had to purchase his time and attention. She had to make a transaction to get him to sleep with her. This wasn't romance. This wasn't mutual desire. This was a business arrangement, a trade, a bargain struck between desperate sisters. Jacob went along with it, apparently without protest. He slept with Leah that night, fulfilling the terms of the agreement between his two wives. There's no indication in the text that he wanted to or that he enjoyed it. He simply did it because that was the deal. But God was watching this complicated, painful situation. Genesis 30:17 says, God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son. God listened to Leah again. Just as he had seen her and heard her before, he was listening to her now. Even though she had to bargain for her husband's presence, even though she was unloved and overlooked, God was paying attention to her. Leah gave birth to her fifth son and named him in a way that revealed her perspective on the situation. Genesis 30:18 records, Then Leah said, God has rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband, so she named him Issachar. The name Issachar means reward or wages. Leah saw this child as payment, as compensation for something she had done. Earlier in the text, we learn that Leah had also given her maidservant Zilpah to Jacob, following Rachel's example with Bilhah. Zilpah had borne two sons, Gad and Asher, who were counted as Leah's children, just as Bilhah's sons were counted as Rachel's. So Leah saw Issachar as God rewarding her for her willingness to give Zilpah to Jacob. She had participated in the system, had followed the cultural norms, and now she believed God was compensating her for it. But she didn't stop at 5 sons. Genesis 30:19-20 tells us, Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a 6th son. Then Leah said, God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my husband will treat me with honor because I have borne him 6 sons. So she named him Zebulun. The name Zebulun means honor or dwelling. And here we see that Leah hadn't entirely let go of her hope regarding Jacob. She had shifted her focus to praising God with Judah, but with this 6th son, she was back to thinking about her husband.
I didn't say
She
it.
believed that 6 sons, 6, would finally make Jacob treat her with honor. She said, this time, as if she were making another attempt, trying again after previous disappointments. 6 sons was an incredible blessing. 6 boys meant wealth, security, labor, future grandchildren, legacy. Surely this would make her husband honor her. Surely this would earn her some recognition and respect. The pattern is clear. Leah kept swinging back and forth between finding her worth in God and seeking validation from Jacob. She would praise the Lord, then turn back to hoping her husband might change. She would accept her situation, then try one more time to win his affection through childbearing. Finally, Genesis 30:21 adds one more detail. Sometime later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah, a daughter after 6 sons. The text doesn't record any statement from Leah about Dinah's birth, no explanation of her name's meaning, no expressed hope or praise. Just the simple fact, she had a daughter named Dinah. This daughter would later play a tragic role in the family story, but for now, she was simply the 7th child born to Leah, the only girl among all of Jacob's children mentioned at this point. Leah had given Jacob 6 sons and 1 daughter, 7 children total, while Rachel had given him none from her own womb. Years passed in Haran, and Jacob's family grew large. He had 11 sons now and 1 daughter, along with flocks and herds and servants. He had become wealthy working for Laban, but the relationship between Jacob and his father-in-law had grown tense. Laban had changed Jacob's wages 10 times, constantly trying to cheat him. God had blessed Jacob anyway, but it was clear that it was time to leave. Genesis 31:4-5 shows us what Jacob did. So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah to come out to the fields where his flocks were. He said to them, "I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me." Notice that Jacob called both wives to talk with him. This was a family decision, and he needed both Rachel and Leah to understand what was happening. He explained how Laban had cheated him repeatedly, how God had protected him and blessed him despite Laban's schemes. Then he told them what God had commanded. Genesis 31:13 records God's instruction to Jacob. "I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and where you made a vow to me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land." It was time to return to Canaan, the land God had promised to Abraham and Isaac. Jacob had been in Haran for 20 years, 14 years working for his wives, and 6 more years building his wealth. Now God was calling him home. The response from Rachel and Leah was united and clear. Genesis 31:14-16 tells us, "Then Rachel and Leah replied, 'Do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children. So do whatever God has told you.'" This is significant because both sisters spoke with one voice. They both agreed that their father had treated them poorly, selling them to Jacob, and then consuming the bride price that should have been kept for them. They both recognized that God had transferred their father's wealth to their husband, and they both supported Jacob's decision to leave. For Leah, this moment must have been bittersweet. She was leaving the land where she had grown up, where she had lived her entire life until marriage. But she was also leaving the father who had used her as a pawn in his schemes, who had sent her into Jacob's tent on false pretenses, who had valued his own interests above her happiness. There might have been relief mixed with the sadness of departure. The family prepared to leave secretly while Laban was away shearing his sheep. They packed up everything, children, servants, livestock, possessions, and began the long journey back to Canaan. But as they traveled, word reached Jacob that Laban was pursuing them with his men. After a tense confrontation that God intervened in to protect Jacob, they made peace with Laban and continued their journey. Then Jacob received more troubling news. His brother Esau was coming to meet him with 400 men. This was the brother who had wanted to kill him 20 years ago. Jacob didn't know if Esau was coming in peace or in vengeance. In his fear, he divided his family into groups as a defensive strategy. Genesis 32:7-8 describes his initial panic. In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who were with him into 2 groups, and the flocks and herds and camels as well. He thought, if Esau comes and attacks one group, the group that is left may escape. But then Jacob organized his family more carefully for the meeting with Esau. Genesis 33:1-2 shows us the arrangement. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 female servants. He put the female servants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. This arrangement reveals Jacob's priorities. The people he valued least went first, the maidservants and their children. If Esau attacked, they would be struck first. Then came Leah and her children, safer than the first group, but still not in the safest position. Finally, at the very back, came Rachel and Joseph, the wife Jacob loved most and her only son, kept in the position of greatest safety. For Leah, this must have stung. Even after bearing 6 sons and a daughter, even after 20 years of marriage, she still wasn't the most important wife. Jacob was still protecting Rachel first, still prioritizing the beloved wife over the mother of most of his children. Leah and
What's
her
wrong with
children
that?
were literally the middle ground, not as expendable as the servants, but not as precious as Rachel. Yet there's another way to view this arrangement. Leah's sons were numerous and growing strong. They formed a substantial defense between the servants and Rachel. Jacob was placing them where they could serve as the main body of his family, the core group, the ones who would bear the weight of whatever came. This wasn't the position of the most beloved, but it was the position of strength and significance. As it turned out, Esau came in peace. The brothers reconciled, and the elaborate defensive arrangement wasn't needed. But the formation had been set, and everyone knew where they stood in Jacob's eyes. Years later, Jacob lay on his deathbed in Egypt. His 12 sons gathered around him to receive their final blessings and hear their father's prophetic words about their futures. This was a crucial moment. The blessings a father gave on his deathbed carried weight and determined destiny. When Jacob came to Judah, Leah's 4th son, something extraordinary happened. Genesis 49:8-10 records the blessing. Judah, your brothers will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons will bow down to you. You are a lion's cub, Judah. You return from the prey, my son. Like a lion, he crouches and lies down. Like a lioness, who dares to rouse him? The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he to whom it belongs shall come, and the obedience of the nations shall be his. This was a massive prophecy. Jacob was declaring that Judah would rise to leadership among his brothers. Kings would come from Judah's line. The scepter, the symbol of royal authority, would remain in Judah's descendants. And this would continue until the ultimate ruler came, the one to whom the nations would give obedience. Think about what this meant. Jacob's firstborn son was Reuben, Leah's oldest. By rights, the blessing of leadership should have gone to him, but Reuben had disqualified himself through his sin. The next in line would have been Simeon or Levi, also Leah's sons, but they had been violent and reckless. So the blessing skipped down to Judah, the 4th son. Judah was the son Leah named Praise, the one she bore when she stopped trying to win Jacob's love and simply thanked God for his blessings. That son, conceived in a moment of surrender and worship, would carry the royal line. Kings would come